And welcome everyone. I'm so thrilled to have everyone here. I do like to always start with just a quick poll to see who's new today, who's never been with any of my classes before. I do sometimes do background questions, but I think especially toward this part of the year, I'm just going to say who's new today. So I'll put that up as I'm just starting. Hi, Libby. Are you raising your hand as new or are you raising hand with a question?
Hi, good morning. I'm new today.
Thank you, Libby. Appreciate it. I'll go ahead and lower that. All right, and I do see a lot of other new people, so I'm thrilled. So that means that kind of gives me some context so that I can make sure that I'm touching all bases and introducing everyone and making sure that people are embraced at all levels. So thank you. I'd love to see all the new people. That's fantastic. All right, let me clear off my message here for the people who came in. I had one person coming from Colorado much earlier, and sometimes people need a reminder of what time zone we are. So clear all drawings. All right, now we can jump in. Thank you all. I'll make sure to save that chat for everyone. Okay, we just have a quick warm up that we're starting with. I like to just kind of get people's brains primed. I will put these handouts in the resource links into the chat box for you. There are actually two, sorry. Though the top link is also embedded in the second link. That second link I try to make sure is available for everyone. So I'm just gonna give you a moment to, can you tell us what each of these letters stand for? And what in the meantime, I will grab all of these for you. Let's see, copy link address is the first one.
Hey, Zozo, can you come here, please?
And I will also mute people upon entries. Sometimes I thought my settings were that way automatic.
Did you figure it out?
There we go. Usually it lights up when someone's got some background. Like, not happening here. Maybe it was Lorena. All right.
Where do you want it?
Nope.
Okay. Okay, go look.
I'm trying to find who that is so I can mute them.
It's Amy's phone.
Oh, see, thank you. Got it. Appreciate it. If the videos aren't on, I can't always see it. Thank you for the help. All right, Cindy's starting us off. Thank you, Cindy, with noun and verb. No worries, Amy, those things happen. We're just all work together to help make sure that and like I said, I hadn't had it mute upon entry. So I'm putting these resources in. I love how Stephanie's like, I got the big one, a sentence. Okay, we've got verb and noun. What about those P's? And the NPVP. And the D is a hard one. I really don't expect anyone to know the D.
Is it phrase?
Whoever said that, yes. Verb phrase, noun phrase.
Hi.
No, I can see Melissa. Your video is on, so when you talk, I can see the little green box, so I can see. Thank you. Yes, those are noun phrase, verb phrase, and the D, see if anybody can think of from the context. And this is, I guess, something, it's funny, I was just reading the transcript to the new Sold a Story podcast and thinking about context. And context can be helpful, but it definitely doesn't help you decode a word. It helps you figure it out. But the decoding needs to come first. And that D is not decoding, obviously. Just giving people a moment to see if we have anything yet. And I think we might have had more people come in. So let's see if I can get the attendance link again. There's the attendance determiner. Erin, you've done this with me before, haven't you? It determines the articles and sometimes even relative pronouns like his and hers. Sorry, not relative, possessive pronouns. Those are called determiners, or that, this and that, those kinds of pronouns are determiners as well. The words that I don't really feel like my kids need to know, but this was the one example that I found where it had a great little tree. It's called a determiner. Oh, what was the name of the podcast? Is that what you're asking, Stephanie? Was Sold a Story. I'll let you type it in, Erin. All right, so We always start off with a native land acknowledgement, recognizing that my region is on the traditional lands of the Nisqually, Cowlitz, and the Puget Sound Salish people. I do invite you to put into the chat if you'd like where you are. I also have a native land map if you don't know where you are that you can access. And you can also, if you have other resources, please feel free to share those. I feel like I want our classes to be a mutual place of learning where we all learn together and from each other. So thank you. Oh, we have someone from Texas with us. Awesome. That means that on my Jamboard, we might have to have some squares a little further because we have Texas and Colorado now. I do also recognize that acknowledgement is about a first step. It doesn't stand in for relationship and action, but it can begin to point toward deeper possibilities for decolonizing relationships with people and place. I can't take credit for this statement, but I do appreciate it. Likewise, we also recognize the pain and trauma from over 400 years of racism in the United States, as well as ableism. So the next paragraph is all about those who are categorized as African American, as well as those who have disabilities. And we're really centering our work to dismantling systemic racism and disrupting ableist structures. Too many disses in there to say it clearly and easily. But I also encourage resources and sharing with there as well. I do have a favorite resource on this that I'll share in the tinyurl.com. It's resources I see many of you are on. There's a Padlet here about identifying and teaching children at risk for dyslexia. Oops, click and follow. And in that, I have a list of, I think it's this one, individuals with dyslexia. There are many columns here, and I just keep adding as people send me more wonderful resources. You can see it keeps going. Oh, on oral language, I need that. So this individuals with dyslexia has a course down here celebrating Black history and people with disabilities from Laderick Horn. So I highly encourage resource exploration. And this one is my favorite one for kids on dyslexia. My daughter and I found this when she was in first grade. So if you know of people who have children who are trying to understand, the reason why we found this is she wanted her best friend to understand why she wasn't reading the same kinds of chapter books that she was. And so that's a really powerful, uplifting, but clear animated video for kids on dyslexia. And it's very, the first message is, your brain is amazing. So it's definitely a good message that I'd like to share. Okay. We also have some Zoom tips and reminders. I think I've put the newest one here. We do ask, or I ask, that you put your name and your district, or if you're not with a district, at least your region, so that we know where you are, where you're coming from. So you'll notice Erin has Yelm. I put concrete for Rose because she shared that with me. It's just a way for us to get some background and some context when you're sharing and when we're having a conversation with each other. It's like if we asked your name badge to have you where you are too. Thanks, Lorianne. You're the one from Texas. Thank you for Melissa, for those of you. So the video on asterisk is, first off, I have a tour of how to rename yourself if you need that. You just click participants, find your name and rename. And then there's that mute button that please feel free to unmute yourself at any time to be a part of the conversation. And I do have you, everyone is muted upon entry. If it's quiet behind you, I don't care if you keep yourself unmuted. It's just I sometimes get distracted, and I know others do too if there are noises. And so if we hear something, I have the power to mute you, and we if you forget or need help with that. The video on is a request, not a requirement. That's why the asterisk, because I understand that sometimes for connectivity issues, or you have a lot of other things going on in your life, or you're not feeling well, or whatever it might be. So I do respect that, but I do appreciate the nonverbal feedback for those of you who are able to join me on video. So thank you. I appreciate everyone who's able to join, but it's nice to see that there are people here and I'm not talking to a blank space. The raised hand is because we have more people than I can see. And so I do encourage you to use that electronic raised hand. It's found, oh, actually, I think it's no longer under reactions. I think I pulled it out. It's right on the toolbar itself, right? Somebody acknowledge. Can you see a raised hand, please? Thank you. So we don't have to worry. It used to be hidden under that reaction place. I'll have to update this. They keep making things better for us. And then there will be opportunities to annotate and write on the screen. And so you can get out a little drawing tool. Let me get my vanishing pen so you can get an idea so that you can illustrate and engage this way. I will say there are people sometimes who find that distracting. For me, it's engaging. It's a way to just put something into the screen, put something to kind of connect. If there's something that speaks to you, you can underline or highlight or check or stamp it with a heart. There's a little stamp feature. Where's under the check mark? Nope. It has the stamps, yes, so you can find different stamps. And I'm pretty quick about clearing everything off if people are getting too fun with that and it's getting in the way. So we'll work together. So that's found under view options. When you click the little pencil of annotate, it brings up this toolbar. And what I was just working with was the person who's sharing has the option for this vanishing pen. And then we have, this will change the color of whatever you're writing with or drawing with. There's the stamps there. And I think that is the tour. It is. If there's anything I miss at any point in time, please unmute and holler, raise your electronic hand, put something in chat. I like this to be an interactive opportunity for us. Toward that end, I have some guideposts that I try to incorporate. And I'm based. Everything okay, Danny? You're muted, but don't worry. Just checking on people. Don't worry. Okay. So these guideposts, I feel like, are useful to indicate our involvement. Also, they're reminders. They help build routines. And so this, these are nonverbal. They help with our kids, both with who have nonverbal learning disabilities, who have dyslexia, who have DLD, because it's just an icon and it's something that as I build familiarity with this, I know that when I see this icon, there will be a handout in the tinyurl.com Dyslexia 101 handout so I can print up and take away. Or an activity, something to do, or time to reflect and process, or a practical strategy, or a resource that I can click, an electronic resource. The practical strategy here is that these supports and these visual cues are a great way to give direction and reminders and, like I said, build routines. Okay, and just I think we wanted to last getting to know each other, and here's how we're working together pieces. One, I always share the teaching and learning beliefs of my agency. And so I'll take a moment just to pause and see what you connect with. If you can put something into the chat or annotate. What is something that really you appreciate, what drives you? You can see that I changed the colors to the words that that stood out to me in our list of beliefs. And that's because that active engagement is really crucial for me. That's why I keep saying annotate, write things down. You'll be given the chance to talk to each other. Because the more we are active with our learning, the more it's likely to stick. As I've been saying for a long time, Erin and many of the others who have been with me have heard me say verbalize to internalize. Well, Erin, I'm now adding write to remember. We verbalize to internalize, we write to remember. So let's find ways to get that in. So I'll pause for a moment there. We've got a couple of things in the chat box, the growth mindset. That's what the reason why we're learning is because we believe in that growth mindset, right? And that relationships. That's why I asked you to share, tell us where you're from. You'll have opportunities to talk to each other in breakouts. I appreciate that. And that quality teaching, you are the most important element in the classroom. And of course, we'd be remiss not to call out this important word here. All students can learn, and I believe that all educators can teach all students, and that's what drives me. All right, I'm going to clear that off. I'll give you another just moment. Stephanie's never done the annotate before. Some people can access the annotation, some people can't. I don't think you can on your phone, or I'm not sure if you can on what's that, Chromebook. But I think it's a fun way to join in, and it's anonymous. So if people don't feel comfortable putting something in the chat, they can anonymously respond on the annotation. All right, I'm going to clear all those off and clear all drawings. And I do have, I said we were almost done with those. One last thing, and this is as we talk and work together. These are some agreements that I have been kind of massaging and changing. I think this looks like an older version. Sometimes instead of non-judgment zone, I'll put listen openly, because I'm trying to keep them as active verbs. Instead of speak your truth, I have share openly. But nonetheless, I think the ideas are the same, and that we learn from each other if we hear from each other. And I think it was Anita Archer who says learning is not a spectator sport. We've got to be engaged and involved. But I think at the most important one is that bottom right, giving ourselves and each other grace. Again, if there's anything you connect with, feel free to put it in the chat or annotate. And if there's something I'm missing, please let me know. That's something that you would appreciate. People have often asked me about the expect and accept non-closure, frankly, because there's so much more to learn. I can't tell you how many books I'm still in the middle of. There's always more to learn. And that's, I think, that growth mindset. And we're so lucky we're in a field that encourages us to continue learning. All right, seeing none. Today's goals. There's a lot here. It's going to be a lot of work and a lot of fun. And syntax is huge. But it feels, it's one of those things kind of like decoding. There are only so many building blocks, but there's so much we can do with it. So we're going to learn why syntax is important. We're going to understand the structures of phrases and clauses and their role in written discourse, and for writing and reading, because those are two sides of the same coin, but they're also complexly different codes. We always say reading and writing are two sides of the same coin, but at the same time, they are very different. As if you've been with any of my other classes, and I know, Erin, you've heard me say this many times, that print is a representation of speech that is imperfect, but predictable. And when I say imperfect, we don't write, and we don't speak with who and whom, and you see that changing in writing anymore. We don't often say appositives, or, I mean, how often do we use things like although? And you know, our written text tends to be a lot more structured and complete sentences. I mean, there are different expectations for writing than there are for speech. So those are some things to keep in mind as we think about grammatical structures. And then, of course, how do those meaningful phrases build on our fluency skills and build our comprehension? And then how do we assess and determine reasonable expectations for fluency? Using research-based and style guidelines. It's been a while since I've written that. So we're going to have a lot of fun, and there may be things that I've been building on other pieces and bring them in. I'm always shifting and changing. So we'll have a lot of fun with all that. So where are we going? We have some definitional pieces in the beginning, understanding those grammatical functions, understanding dyslexia, understanding how all these pieces fit together, understanding the roles of those phrases and clauses, how we're going to teach them. And we're going to look at phrases for reading fluency and comprehension, and how syntax can fit in the comprehensive literacy lesson. Okay, so here are the times. However, I give every group an option to, so the green ones are the class time, the breaks, and the black are the class times. I usually do, it's 4 90-minute chunks. Because it's Zoom and people have real lives, I give 2 15-minute breaks. And you'll notice that we have scheduled an hour for lunch. However, I always give every group the option of having a half-hour lunch and being done at 3:30 instead of 4. So I'm just going to open that up to this group. Are there people who really want to shift that? People who don't want to shift that? Let's see if there are any strong feelings either way. And if there are people who want to shift, is there anyone who can't? Looks like everyone's saying half-hour lunch sounds good. Someone just says lunch. Lunch sounds good. All right, sounds good. Everyone's saying everyone's pretty flexible. In that case, I think I have an alternate too. I do here. If anyone wants to take a note, of these different times. We will still have that same break in the beginning from 10 to 10:15, but that shifts our afternoon break to 1:45 to 2 o'clock. I have a few more messages came in. Okay, everybody's flexible or says, okay, someone can't see the shared screen. Sometimes that happens, and sometimes this will fix it if I stop and reshare. Okay. Better, everyone? Thank you for the thumbs up. Okay. All right. Because we have some people who are new, I will start with some introductions, but as I'm sharing, I do encourage you to go into the Jamboard. Actually, I'm going to put a couple things up. One is a Jamboard. I'm putting it into the chat box for you. And I'll also pull it up for everyone to model it. If you can't access Jamboard, you can also put this into the chat box, just getting a feel of where you are, who you are, what's your role. Oh, well, that's interesting. That was a new one. We know that Jamboard's going away October 1st. We got to enjoy it while we can. All right, so there's our first frame. And the second one is a parking lot for questions and topics. And we have a map so we can indicate where you are. And I know that we have someone from Austin. I can't get, oh, she's not on my screen anymore. I'll start with myself here. And I am, and so for those of you in Austin, Colorado, you can put just in the very lower left or whatever you'd like. So thank you, Erin, for putting your role as well. I'm here-ish in Olympia, just below Yelm. And then we have other activities and things that we'll be doing later on. So there's the Jamboard. I also have a Mentimeter that we will do to share roles. And while you're doing both of those, I'll share a little bit about myself because we have some people who are new with us today. So this I will also put into the chat box for you. Somehow that, wow. I don't know how that happened. Somebody was really fast on that draw. Or I was testing it.
I was really excited to use it, so I jumped on it because I'm putting this in a presentation and I'm using the same question.
Awesome. Well, so that was you. Thank you, Melissa.
Yeah, I wanted to see how it worked on my side.
There you go. Okay, so we do have, and as people respond, what you can do, oh, this, for some reason, it's not, I must have put in the wrong one. Let's try this one instead, so you can see it as people respond. Oh, that's the voting. I thought this was the right way to put it in. Hopefully, no, don't want to log in, sign up. It's not giving you the code on here, but it should, if you click the link, be able to just follow that and put that in. If I'm wrong, Melissa was able to make it work, so if we need any help, contact Melissa. Heidi, you're currently in Casablanca. I was in Darbeda. I lived in Morocco for 2 years. This is so much fun meeting new people. I can't wait to learn from you some more. So while y'all are doing that, I love the sharing. Thank you so much for all of that. I'll give a little bit about my background for those of you who haven't had classes with me before. I started my career in teaching after Peace Corps at a wonderful little school in California called Chartwell, which is a school for kids with dyslexia and related language learning disabilities. It was not where I thought I would be. I thought I was going to be a high school English teacher, and then I thought I was going to be an ESL teacher. And life changed, right? And so they hired me because of my linguistics background, which was my master's in TESOL. And they taught me in an approach called Slingerland. And both my trainings for them and working with the students and my colleagues really opened my eyes to the strengths and the struggles and to what students with dyslexia need, but also to an approach to teach all students in a way that just makes language make sense. When I went through that training, I thought, I wish I'd learned to read and write this way because it made it clear on why things are spelled the way they are and how I can divide words into syllables and sound things out. So it was really a great place to start. I went on from there to teach public middle school special education and high school special education. And then I became a special education professor before coming here to the ESD. 10 years after I started at Chartwell, though, the young lady in the middle was born. And in the meantime, I had learned about the heritability of dyslexia and that it's in my family, both on my mother's side and my father's side. So I watched both my children very carefully because I know it's very heritable. And my second one was the one that definitely showed the signs even before school started. You can see her t-shirt there says, "Dyslexia is my superpower." I think she's grown out of the t-shirt, but not out of embracing who she is in all those aspects. We recently saw a video that I didn't save because it's kind of a negative perspective, but it was a college student with a spoken word poem about her experience with dyslexia, and she called it her invisible friend named Lexi, and her difficult journey with this. She hated Lexi. Lexi made her struggle, and Lexi made things difficult for her. And when my daughter glimpsed at it, she said, "Why? That's really sad, Mom." And I agree, that is really sad. There's no reason why this has to be such a horrible journey for some of our kids. That we can teach all of our kids, I mean, according to research, 95, 97, 98% of our kids to succeed in reading. And so that's really, really crucial for us to remember. And it really is what drives me, as well as that last frame is the community. We can't do this alone. This is why I love that I have this opportunity to reach people from all over the state, is that we need each other and we need to continue to work together to spread this. So that's a little bit about me. I look forward to learning more about you. Love that I've seen so many things coming up on this. I think we don't have too many. We still have the 20. We're not over 30 people, so we should be okay. If it gets jammed up and it doesn't let you, you can always come back later and add something in later on that. And let's see, we're getting a few people. All right, some great. God, a grade 1. Oh my goodness, y'all, grade 1 teachers. You have the heaviest lift. They are those kids in grade 1 can be really sensitive when they're noticing if they're not moving as quickly as the others. And that's when even my strong reader, Jamboard won't open. That's thank you, Amy. We can try again later if it won't work right now. Thank you though. The first grade, when my own son said, "Mom, I'm not reading." I said, "Honey, you're sounding out words." He was reading, but he wasn't reading as fluently as the people he saw around him, and therefore, in his mind, he wasn't reading. So if you need access to any of those, again, please keep it coming, and we'll continue to share with each other as we go together. All right, so we're going to start with some definitional terms, but we're starting with just basic. We're going to walk backwards to this simple view of reading and how we develop our literacy skills. I'm going to bring all this up for a moment. And that is my daughter when she was younger. You notice her book is upside down. This might have been on our cross-country trek from New York out to Oregon before I moved up here. But she's at the reading stage where she doesn't notice that their book's upside down. That doesn't matter to her. Actually, she's still really good at reading upside down. It's because she's still learning, and especially at this stage, but even now, it's not really solid for her, the directionality, that organization. She's recognizing these letters, and it's not as important for her, that order, that directionality, which of course we know it really is for us. That's that word recognition, that blue side that we bring to the table as we look at text. And then we connect it to what we already know. That's that language comprehension. And I think one of the most important pieces here is where's my drawing? No one likes red. Is this here? This is the most important part of this equation. You'll often see it as LC. Whoops, it's not staying, sorry. LC times WR equals reading comprehension. I just pull it apart this way for us to see that the reading comprehension rests on or is the result of both of those two pieces working together. But I do want to emphasize that this isn't static within a student. An individual can be strong or weak with their language comprehension, depending on the passage's vocabulary and syntax. That syntax and the organization can get very difficult for some of our kids. Some of the pronouns that we use, some of the things that we leave out as we write, we don't, and we can leave it out when we talk, and people will still be with us. We are very, I think it's called a low context language or culture, where we assume a lot as we talk to people. But in writing, if we do that, we're going to lose the people because they don't have those other contextual clues to keep up with us. So I'm going to illustrate this on the next slide with the journey of an emergent reader. And so when our emergent readers come to school, they have a lot of words that they know and they understand. That's that language comprehension piece. And they may have a few words that they can recognize. That's the blue, that blue bar. That's a word rating piece. And as they grow to become independent, notice that red bar is continuing to grow. It's always going to grow. As I said earlier, there's always more to learn. There's more words that I'm going to, there's so many words that we're going to continue adding to our lexicons and our dictionaries, our mental dictionaries. But my word reading is going to get to the point where I can sound anything out. I just may or may not understand it. And I may not be sounding it, may or may not be sounding it out correctly. I mean, a perfect example is the word epitome. If you've seen it in text, it looks like epitome. But when you sound it out, is it something in your language comprehension? And is a word you know, then you'll be able to recognize it appropriately. If it's not a word you know, you won't. So therefore, that your language comprehension becomes that upper limit of your reading achievement, even after you've remediated those word reading skills in our poor readers. So we need to always be building those language comprehension skills as well. All right, when it comes to fluency, I've added this in. I don't know, there was apparently the word stool up there. And this is from a piece that I'm working on for a whole module on fluency. But I want to really talk about the fact that while fluency is often defined as these three elements, accuracy, rate, and prosody. Rate often also be called automaticity, prosody being expression. I wonder if, should I turn prosody the other way? Or is it, I don't know, we're still working on which side. Yes, turn it the other way. Trying to make things most legible, and I'm always looking at what's the best way to do that. That what I want to really emphasize, though, is that while these look like different elements, they are built upon each other, which you'll see in the next slide. But the piece that I want to keep in mind is that accuracy is getting the words right. In reading, it means identifying the words as they're written, and writing, it means writing them so that others can read them. That rate, the automaticity, refers to the speed at which a reader reads or a writer writes. The goal is for that process to go on the back burner so that readers and writers can attend to the understanding and conveying content. So that's how quickly and automatically they do it without thinking. So there's a sweet spot, because if you're reading too quickly, you're going to lose your understanding. If you're reading too slowly, you're going to be losing your understanding. So the sweet spot is where it feels natural, like natural speech. And that takes us to the prosody. That's your expression with which you read. It's often defined as appropriate or expression or intonation, coupled with phrasing, which we're going to be talking about today, that allows for the maintenance of meaning. So I do have a resource that I'll put in the chat about this. I don't know if this is yet on my resource list, so I'll make sure that I add that on. This is from a blog from Tim Shanahan on, can we really teach prosody, and why would we want to? So, because yes, we can, but it takes so much more than just, so my worry is so often we focus on reading the words accurately and automatically, and then we just assume prosody just happens magically. No, sometimes maybe, but I think that for others, it may be a lot of work. And that's what I'm trying to spell out here. As I said, we've got to get the words correct first. Then it builds to their automaticity so that we can access the word's meaning. But that's individual words. Then we need to put those words together in phrases so that we can recognize those words' meaning in relation to the others in the phrase or clause. Because I can't remember which researcher said that words have meaning in relation to other words. Any word, I mean, most words, I would be really hard pressed to find a word that has meaning all alone, because so many of our words have multiple meanings. Think even of the word cat, which you think of as a feline and this thing with for ears. But there are large wild cats, there are small domestic cats. Cats are lots of different kinds of cats. And how many of our words, many, could be nouns or verbs or adjectives? Think of the word spot. Well, actually, we will do some of those later, so I won't give you spot. Drum. A drum is a thing, but it's also an action. So, and the thing that you could be something you play in a band, or it could be part of your ear. So the context and those other words around it really contribute to the meaning as we read. And when you recognize how these play together, that helps us read with appropriate expression, because we're paying attention to those phrases and clauses. Then we can see how those phrases and clauses unite into sentences and paragraphs so that I can see how these are working together. I see something coming into the chat, and I'll get the, some pieces that I'm adding in as well. I will add into the chat for you. Oh, thank you, Erin, for putting that attendance link back in. So this is Nancy Young's Ladder of Reading and Writing. This link that I'm going to put in. She and Jan Hasbrook and many others recently put out a book about them. But the reason why I'm drawing attention to it here is that some learners, the ones who are in the green zone of her ladder of reading, are able to string these words together like natural speech as they're reading. Whereas others who are down in the red or the orange zone may need support to move away from reading word by word to reading phrase by phrase, with appropriate pausing to connect to meaning. Okay, I'd like to say similar things in different ways. And with different visuals, because some things work for some people and some things work for others. So we do a lot of zooming in and zooming back out. And we're getting into, some definitional stuff that you're going to get a chance to talk to each other about soon to process. Okay, this one came from the Florida Reading Initiative, and I like because it reminds us of those pieces that are required for reading comprehension. Remember the language and the knowledge and the reading fluency pieces here. But it also takes in consideration that metacognition, that motivation, engagement. This is similar to what Nell Duke, I think it was, who created the active view of reading, bringing in not just that simple view, but bringing in what we do to keep us there. So what brings us to a reading situation, how we stick with it. Those are the reading strategies, the fixing it up and monitoring. Today we're focusing, though, on prosody, because that really is that outcome of bringing the red together with the blue. You really cannot do prosody without your knowledge of language and your life experiences and background knowledge. You can do the automaticity, you can do the accuracy and the phonemic awareness, of course, which builds to those, but prosody is built on, that's where we connect my word reading ability to the language comprehension pieces. When our kids struggle, and if they're, I know I don't have the slide deck for anybody, but if you want to take a screenshot anytime, please let me know. Or if there are slides that you'd like me to send you a screenshot of, please let me know on that. So if I go too quickly because you want to take a screenshot, stop me. All right, we're going to take this into our strengths and struggles of our readers. And I'm going to just pull this whole up because it'd be easier for us. So remember when I said you need the language comprehension and the word reading, what happens when those aren't going so well? That's what we're looking at these profiles, because if we're going to support our students, we have to understand them. We have to understand their strengths, their struggles, and how to help shift those struggles to becoming, and using those strengths to offset the struggles, but also helping them when it comes to what their struggles are. The more specific we can get, the better. Thank you for drawing attention to that compensator. So Melissa, that compensator term is one from David Kilpatrick. And it's funny because Erin, you had from Yelm, you had a large group of interventionists who came a while back. And I remember when, oh gosh, I can picture her face, I can't remember her name.
Probably
One of-
Leanne.
Yes. When she first discovered Kilpatrick, I remember she loved that he included the compensator because it really spoke to her. I will say, honestly, it doesn't speak to me as well, but I'll tell you why. And I'll tell you why it spoke to her was the compensator is a kid who was able to compensate in those earlier years, maybe using his or her strong auditory memory or using her strong memorization skills. And they're able to get by and not be noticed until later on that they actually have dyslexia. So that's why I think, to me, I would just call that whole category dyslexia. That their struggle is a little different because I call it all dyslexia because it's all based on a struggle with phonemic awareness, but it's complex. Maybe that struggle comes out early on in their sound symbol correspondence. Maybe it comes out in their fluency because it's a rapid automatized naming is more of an influence. And the relationship between rapid automatized naming and phonemic awareness is still very complex and still under research on what that real relationship is. So for me, it's the compensators. They've learned some compensatory skills, and later on, you realize that they do have poor word reading abilities and strong language comprehension. Go ahead, Melissa.
Yeah, I'm wondering if this is so when I do a diagnostic assessment, I give obviously the phonics diagnostic, but then I also give a list.
I'm so sorry. I did not mean to do that.
That's okay.
I meant to lower your hand, not mute you.
Yeah. There's another list of words I asked them to read, which are the tricky ones, ones you do have to, you can map them somewhat, but then you have to have that memorization in place as well to get those tricky spellings. But they get increasingly more difficult. So I had a student recently who did very, very poorly on the phonics, but was able to read the entire list all the way to the hardest words that were memorized. And so I thought, oh my gosh, she probably got this far because she has the ability to memorize the word as a whole, which isn't what we want her to do. But she got that far because that skill is incredible in her. I've never seen anyone get through the whole list before. So I thought maybe she's maybe a compensator because of her maybe visual memory. Is that a possibility?
I would say definitely yes. And there's other. That's actually a piece I wish I could have incorporated it more. There was a great training I went to recently on the orthographic issue of, I think it was Nancy Mather talks about it a lot, the orthographic issue of kids with dyslexia. I feel like it's not talked about enough. We don't see it in the definitions, which we'll see on the next slide, is the orthographic challenge. We see a lot of kids with dyslexia who can read and write pretty well phonetically. It's the memory for the more complex orthographic patterns that gets in the way. And you're saying, is it a visual memory? There is probably a visual memory component to that, but there's also a connection between that that letter combination and the meaning. And so that's where when we think about all the homonyms in our language, and we look at those different spellings of the same sounds, it's meaning that connects those different spellings. And so that's where you have, and so my question with that student is whether or not she's able to spell these words, because that's exactly the piece, is that that's a much stronger connection between the sound, symbol, and meaning is required for spelling. Meaning's not required for reading if you can sound things out, but meaning is definitely required for spelling because of those how many different ways we have of spelling the same sounds. So thank you for that, Melissa. I appreciate that. I have added, so probably Erin, since you've seen it, the DLD piece on it. And that is because, so DLD is a piece I'm learning more and more about, and apparently, and I haven't been able to infuse it as much as I'd like to. I definitely encourage people to look up, I think it's Tiffany Hogan, who's, I'd have to go back and look at again, my memory for all these pieces. I save stuff, but then I have to go and see where it was. But I think it's Tiffany Hogan. If anybody else remembers, please put it into the chat for us all. A lot of really great research on DLD that stands for developmental language disorder. And apparently it is extremely common. They say, I think 1 or 2 in every classroom. And the correlation between DLD and dyslexia and ADHD, they're very, very co-occurring. And that's where you'll get those mixed reading difficulties, kids with dyslexia and with developmental language disability. And it's a comprehension deficit. It's an oral language deficit, an oral language comprehension problem or struggle. And it's something that, just like dyslexia, it's lifelong, and there are strategies and compensations that we can learn to be successful nonetheless. So you'll notice I added on the emergent readers, and down in that purple, sometimes I also add our multilingual students who need to learn to read the sound symbol correspondences in English, but they also need to understand the meanings of those words. That's our language comprehension as well. There's a lot that's going on in this, isn't there? It's a very simple way of expressing something very, very complex. I tried to make the colors match too with, you know, when you've got red and blue together, it makes a good purple. Let's see what's coming to the chat. Erin, is there anything you'd like to add, or is it...
No, I just love the addition of the multilingual learners. I think it's very important.
I'll make sure I add it on then. Erin said so, I trust her. All right, so then we're going to get into the dyslexia piece, because that is number one, a piece that affects 1 in 5. It's very, very prevalent, some range. And while I definitely encourage more people to look into DLD, we don't have a law about DLD, but we do about dyslexia. So this is the definition that was adopted here in Washington. And after this slide, you will have a processing opportunity. And as I read this, I encourage you to take a moment to either highlight after I've read it, please, rather than before, so I can still read it through. Highlight, underline, a stamp, put into the chat box, a word or phrase that stands out to you, and we can have you'll have a discussion opportunity in your breakout groups. So, definition of dyslexia here in Washington. It's recognized that dyslexia is a specific learning disorder that is neurological in origin and that is characterized by unexpected difficulties with accurate or fluent word recognition and by poor spelling and decoding abilities that are not consistent with the person's intelligence, motivation, and sensory capabilities. These difficulties typically result from a deficit in the phonological components of language. Remember, I mentioned that phonology that is often unexpected in relation to their other cognitive abilities. It's not their visual, it's not their hearing, those are just fine. Because of this, the secondary consequences may include problems in reading comprehension and reduced reading experience, because if you struggle with it, you're going to do it less, that can impede growth of vocabulary and background knowledge. So I don't see any highlights or anything, but hopefully you're making some notes, because we will get a chance to chat in Lori's saying unexpected. You know, Lori, I am so with you on that. We have it twice. We have, let me actually take it, keep my drawing here. We have unexpected here, and we have unexpected here. And I've heard some people push back and say, it is expected if you have it in the family history, or it is expected if you have it, you see your kids who are struggling with phonological components of language. So the question is, maybe this struggle is unexpected. Maybe this one is expected because of what you've already seen. I don't know, it's complex. And I think that when and I loved the nod, Lori, when you said, you shaking your head about expected, is that, of course, with biology isn't destiny. And so we, you have a risk factor, but you also have resiliency factors. Oops, I will find who that is. Danny says, I'm the 8th grader who's dyslexic and she reads a 12th grade deliberately. Yes. Well, Danny would probably be shown in her spelling. And the background knowledge is fantastic. That's probably what's creating her. And I would, when you say 12th grade reading level, is that listening? Is that decoding? It's very complex. And
Well,
yes,
when she recently took her STAR test, that's where she scored on the STAR Renaissance, test that we've done several times. And it's just always baffles me. But when she reads with me, she absolutely, mixes up sporadically or simultaneously. And she's always asking me for help with spelling for sure. But she's doing SAT antonyms and synonyms, but she has a full-on psychological evaluation as being dyslexic.
it's a very complex disorder. And when you said you see it in her speech, there was and that's,
Yep.
how do I put this? She's probably worked very hard to get there. There were two things that I thought about when I said speech. I once saw a very successful businessman speak in front of a room full of teachers of kids with dyslexia, and he said, "Hello, I'm so and so, and I'm dyslectic." The teachers in the room are saying, yes, you are. But I also thought of a very successful businesswoman who was elected to the House of Representatives in Oregon and didn't discover she was dyslexic until she had gotten elected, and she was trying to read all those bills, and she said, "I can't do this. This is too much." And she contacted her friend, and she got diagnosed, and she got help. But she said she didn't believe she was smart until she was 46 years old and she got that diagnosis. So even though she worked really, really hard and she was successful, and she got lots of awards for all of her business acumen, she said she was always worried that someone's going to tap her on the shoulder and say, "You're not smart enough to be in this room." So my worry is those ones who are working really, really hard, they don't feel like they're smart because they have to work so hard and things aren't coming easily. So I think that yes, it is complex. And thank goodness she's got that strong reading. But you see it, and then obviously like in her spelling and some other places as well. So we do we help everyone everywhere we can, doesn't it? So thanks, Danny, for sharing that. I really appreciate that. There's another question. Oh, Jennifer, that's a fantastic question. She asks, for people who can't see in the chat box, in relation to other cognitive abilities, how does it impact testing for other cognitive abilities? And there are nonverbal aspects of IQ tests where students with dyslexia often shine. That's I think that other cognitive abilities. A lot of cognitive abilities, though, particularly IQ tests, our students who have dyslexia and DLD will struggle with a lot of the pieces of IQ tests because so much of it is verbal. And the DLD piece is the verbal piece. It's the oral language. And that is where I think that I might agree in part with Linda Siegel, who wrote "Not Crazy, Not Stupid, Not Lazy, Not Stupid." Looking for it. I think I've already packed it. I'm heading to Bremerton tomorrow. And she argues that we don't need an IQ test. We need the achievement test and to see our kids' strengths and struggles in their performance. Now, I've talked to school psychs with whom I agree that there are some aspects of an IQ test that can be helpful, because there are things like a story recall, or there are pieces that will give me some more detailed information, but that overall IQ is not as helpful. Okay, we'll have more of a conversation when you come back from your breakout rooms. I'm going to give you an opportunity to think about the definitions and all of the things we've talked about so far, to kind of verbalize, to internalize, put it into your own room, into words, share with each other. And I've also added in some processing choices to build equity and to help think about reducing barriers to everyone and in your learning, and reduce anxiety created by different ability levels. So, I did have this with animation, but you can see there we have, verbalize to internalize and write to remember. So as you're talking, were there any emotions that were raised through this process? What are some learning points, connections, pushback, inspiration, inquiries, or other thoughts or ideas? So I can share either this slide or this one as you're talking. And so I'm going to pause the recording and put us into breakout rooms. I've been talking and not making breakout rooms. Erin, I should have made you a co-host to help me out here. That's okay. Next time. All right, I'll do 4 to 5 participants per room to make sure you have people to talk to. And I'm also going to change the sharing. Right now it's set so multiple participants can share simultaneously. So if you don't want to see my screen and you want to share something like the Jamboard or something else that comes up, you can do that as well. Okay, so I've now created the rooms. I'll add a room just in case we need for anything. And pause the recording.
And because my own daughter went through the whole IEP process where she did get the IQ test and everything. And she also has dyslexia and everything that goes with it. And so because of that, she didn't actually qualify because the IQ was lower than what was expected.
And I think perhaps that also contributes to Linda's argument that
Yeah.
it's really useful, especially, I mean, I'm thrilled that we are moving away from the discrepancy model here in Washington. So hopefully every district will be able to recognize that and make that move by 2028. Because it's a more complicated picture than just a discrepancy. And you need to look at the strengths and struggles and what kids need and not discount those because there's not a discrepancy. So thank you, Wendy, for bringing that up. Would there a couple of people from groups like to share your thoughts or something that was discussed or something that you would like to bring to the whole group attention? Questions, highlights? Go ahead, Melissa.
We were wondering if you have any ideas for supporting oral language.
My SLPs. I love that you call that out, Melissa, because one of the things I'm sure you've noticed all in the Jamboard is this next frame here. And these are modules that I'm in the process of making slide decks for the regional literacy coordinators and for use here in Washington. And I skipped the bottom one, the oral language knowledge and proficiency. I'm going to come back to that. I've done I'm working on the last one, the semantics. I start with phonology. I mean, number 1 was an overview of everything. And then I did phonology, orthography, fluency. Now I'm doing semantics. And then next month I plan to work on that oral language one. So maybe next month we'll talk in May or June. Because that's a big challenge. And the more I learn about DLD, the more I look about resources. There's a great page called DLD and Me, a lot of resources on developmental language disorder. But right now, like I said, I'm building that. And my SLPs are the people I'm looking to help support in that oral knowledge, language, and proficiency, as well as my multilingual partners. How do we develop language knowledge in those who don't have it, either because of a language disability or because this language is new to them? Erin, I saw you perk up for that. Maybe you have resources. Oh, thank you, Maggie. Language Dynamics Group. Like I said,
have you ever heard of Story Champ?
I've heard of Secret Stories. I don't think I've heard of Story Champs. It's not ringing a bell at the moment.
That's okay. It's a really great program that we use. It was developed by a BCBA, and it teaches oral language and storytelling, narrative. It's pretty cool. It's not an end all be all by any means, but we use it with a range of learners, and I think it's worth checking out. I was also going to ask, is there a way that we can be notified if/when you do have that oral language thing up and running? Or is it something we should just check back on PD Enroller?
So these slide decks will be created for the regional literacy coordinators to use, as well as for me. And I do have a mailing list that I let people know when things are up. So if you want to put your address and the email into the chat box, I can add you to my mailing list. Or you can get on the list of your regional literacy coordinators. So so I did pull up the story champs, thank you. And I also pulled up and put in the chat box the DLD and me. But if you just type in Washington, maybe it was OSPI I usually do. OSPI, our region RLC, let's try that. No, I'm gonna put in regional literacy. Oh, just pick the ESDs. That's where I go. And no, not that one. OSPI, here it is. No. Oh, not EDS. Sorry. See, that's where you get ESDs. And there's a list of all of the ESDs, and each one has a regional literacy coordinator. And so if you're not in my region, I mean, I will, of course, tell you what I know, but each literacy coordinator, you can get on their list and they can let you know what they're doing in their region as well. So whether you're in the Spokane and the map that we're using on our Jamboard, this is divided up by ESD. So I'll put this in the chat box as well, so you can contact your local regional literacy coordinator, and they're all fantastic resources too.
I'm not very familiar with the ESDs. Can anybody go? I mean, I'm not employed by any of the districts. So how would I get to a training there?
So they're all the trainings are listed. Most of them, I think everyone's using PD Enroller by now. There was a time when some of them weren't on, but I think everyone's using PD Enroller. And you can just search in PD Enroller by ESD, and then you can see if it's open to everyone, or if it's just open to teachers, or if it's just open to administrators. Each one will have their own approach on how they do that. And you can see we have one for each region, and we all talk to each other. They meet every month, and I meet with them when I can, and they're a great team, and they're very knowledgeable. Many of them are letters trained or letters trainers, and we all went through the Glean classes together. For those of you who are new, I'll show you how to get to the Glean classes. We went through either core or I think what's the other one? Big Dippers has an online reading course. And they're all right now doing AIM Academy's writing course. So they're definitely ones to read. They're great resources. And I mentioned the Glean training and some of those others. Those are still available at least through the end of June, I think. And so I'll put that link here. These are asynchronous classes that everyone can access. Everyone here in Washington State can access for free to up to 18 hours worth of clock hours, again, free. As well, this is all on the About Dyslexia page. I'll put that into the chat box too. These are my classes down here, and these are some webinars that we had, I think it was last school year, and there are links to the recordings and all the resources from those webinars as well. Okay, so lots of resources. Anything else that came up about all those definitional slides before we move on? In case you haven't noticed, feel free to stop me at any time. All right. So definitional leads us, I think, well to the brain. And this is from Stanislaw Dehaene, I think it's pronounced, his book, Reading and the Brain. I have some videos by him in my Padlet, and I highly recommend, if you really want to delve deeply into the brain work, his book, his works, his videos. But what I think that this is, at this level, what I think is important to illustrate is that reading is extremely complex. And this is all on the left-hand side of the brain where efficient reading is. And that visual word form area, what he calls the letterbox, is only activated in individuals who've learned to read. The blue part with the visual input, that's why we have reversals, is because that's the part of our brain that's in tune and looks at the faces and objects. And so it's accustomed to being able to generalize half if it only sees half. And with letters and numbers, we can't do that, because if you shift it, it's something completely different. And so that's where it takes a lot of work to help our brains attune to the directionality of reading, and that looking at it one direction will create the attention to meaning, not the other direction. And so this is where it takes a lot of training for our kids, as particularly our kids with dyslexia. Their eyes see the text just like our eyes, but their brain processes it differently and really doesn't understand that order matters. It's that directionality that we need to be teaching them. And how are we doing that? This is one of the things that I appreciate from Sally Shaywitz, is that effective reading interventions result in brain repair. This is brain science we do with our kids when we teach them to read. It's really exciting. We do change brains through instruction. So this is really an exciting thing to keep in mind. It's the instruction that's sequenced, systematic, explicit, and involves multiple senses. So that's the solution is educational. So when we look at what are we instructing, what are we finding, we are talking about reading and writing fluency, but I'm going to back up a little and say this was built off of Margie Gillis's circle here that you see here from Literacy How. And she's a professional development provider back east, but she's also got some great videos in understood.org and etc. I'm trying to get this link for you. Here we go. Copy link address. Put this into the chat box. She has great resources on all of these elements that you see here. And in fact, the structured literacy overview that we created that you see on this slide, whoops, that here, Margie worked with me on the definitions on all of those. And so Margie's been a great resource, and including connecting in some slides on the fluency piece. So Margie looked at these elements that kids need to learn to read. She also, of course, those are based on the National Reading Panel's results. And I have pulled these from Dyslexia IDA, which is the International Dyslexia Association. So these really are influences that built to what you saw, that stair step one. But one thing I want to share that Margie talks about is when we're assessing where do our kids need their supports, is she has this diagnostic decision-making tree. I'm going to pull that up for us to look at, because it's drilling down. Reading comprehension is our goal, but if our kids struggle there, let's look at their vocabulary and morphology. So I know that says Kara, but I think it was a different name earlier. Who's with you, Kara? Who was saying a student who's able to read quite well. So she's got that goal. So reading comprehension isn't what we're working on with her. Maybe it's making sure that she can decode new words and add to her reading and her vocabulary and morphology. But that's the goal. And that's where we're really trying to dig down to what is the issue. And so this is digging down to what could be the underlying problem that's affecting their reading comprehension. And then I created the other triangle on the right, because that's how we build up to. We start with that phonemic awareness and we build up to those skills to the reading comprehension, though the vocabulary really should be all along the way, because that's something that we're doing all the time. So this is, I'm going to pull up here her diagnostic decision-making tree, which I put in the chat box. And I feel like this is just a great useful way with some examples of decisions. If they're reading at grade level, great, let's work on that grade level. If that's low, let's check their oral reading fluency. And if that's great, fine with maybe it's vocabulary and comprehension, that language comprehension piece that we're working on, because they're able to read words. But if that's low, let's check their phonetically regular and irregular lists. San Diego Quick is regular words, which I think it was Kara, your partner, was saying like maybe this kid's memorized a lot of words. That's why I like having my nonsense word test, because that will tell me whether or not they can attack a word they've never seen before. When I was teaching high schoolers, I would get out Edgar Allan Poe or Shakespeare, something I knew they've never seen these words. And I want to say, how do you attack words you've never seen before? Because that's the piece that's going to help you build words into your vocabulary. And then you can see, obviously, if that's low, we're going to work on the spelling, vocabulary, comprehension. We're going to still, notice how we're still working on those vocabulary and comprehension all along. As I'm drilling down, is it the nonsense word? If that's low, let's look at phonemic awareness. If that's low, I might need an SLP to support with that. Or that's also where I'm going to do my work and support. So that's how when we're assessing, we're going to drill down and see what their students' needs are. And I saw that image, and I'm going to see if I have a link to. Let's see if this resource works for you. Let me try before I put in the chat box, because remember I said that Margie Gillis helped the descriptions of these. Let's see if this will work for you. Okay, that worked for me. Let's make sure it works for you, putting into the chat box. Because these are those descriptions that stair step is built upon. What do we mean by oral language and knowledge and proficiency with oral language? I see someone in there, so that's good. That means it's going to work for you. What do we mean by phonological awareness and proficiency? And the reading and writing fluency, which is where we're going to be spending a bit of time today. Notice how we say here, a key component is knowing what the words mean and how they're grouped together in meaningful phrases and clauses, and how language is used, pragmatics. Pragmatics is going to be more of a focus on that oral language piece, because that's how we use language to communicate. And that's the pragmatic skills. That's definitely a challenge for some of our kids, and particularly our second language learners, or our kids with more nonverbal learning disabilities or things like autism. That pragmatics is what can be challenging for them. What to say and how to say it in different kinds of situations. That's where you remember the term code switching or cross-languaging. I know we're close to break time, but I want to give you a little bit about more framework on when we're talking about the units of language. Here we're talking, and I don't have it highlighted, so I'm going to use my annotations. By syntax, look at how many parts of it's covering. We're looking at how words make up phrases and how phrases make up clauses. Clauses make up utterances and larger units of text. So this is the discourse piece. I mean, I'm getting a lot here, getting it messy for you. But syntax covers a lot of, it's the how words work together to make meaning. So I found this really useful. Sorry, it's on the citation is covered up there. This was from one of my professors when I was doing my master's in TESOL, teaching English to speakers of other languages. And I feel like it's useful for us just to see going from larger units at the bottom to the smaller units, phonemes at the top, and how syllables are both made up of phonemes and morphemes. And morphology is both at the word level and the part of word level. So I just think that this, and stress can be utilized, and rhythm and intonation, those are parts of prosody that are influenced and influence all those other levels. So I think this is just helping us see where those pieces fit. Going down to the individual word level, we need to remember that individual words represent so much more than just sounds. Remember earlier when I said our kids with dyslexia might be working at, this is my vanishing pen, at spelling and reading phonetically. They're thinking that what we see on print represents just the sounds. But we know, think about that silent G in the word sign, or the silent W in the word to, or the fact that S is pronounced Z when it's a suffix, or that the ED is pronounced in 3 different ways. These are all other elements that we see in print, not just phonology. So that's an important thing to keep in mind when we're looking at word reading fluency. We need to go beyond phonology. We need to go beyond simple sound symbol correspondences to the more complex kind of combinations and patterns that you see with multiple letters representing sounds. I highly recommend too. I think it was the Reading League just recently did a free webinar with Lynn Stone on the difference between speech and print. And really fascinating on how kids can often get stuck at that phonetic spelling if we don't help them understand these other pieces too. That imperfect relationship between speech and print. Okay, I think that this is a great segue where we're moving next to is talking about syntax and how syntax is that bridge between that word level comprehension and our prosodic reading with comprehension. So this is where I'm going to pause us for our break because I have almost 10. So I'm going to jump to our break screen, and if you haven't signed in the attendance link, make sure you do so. You only need to do so once per day, but that will be our attendance. And since we're breaking about a minute early, we'll try a soft start about a minute early. We'll see if everyone's back. Okay, so did I never resume the recording? Yes, it did. Good. Pausing recording. And Erin, like I said, I should make you co-host so you can help me remember all those details. Erin's been with me for years, so I love that you always keep coming back. All right. So I created this because, as I mentioned, syntax is and Margie Gillis talks about it being a bridge as well, but I keep trying to refine it. It helps us bridge from those individual words to the phrases and the sentences and those larger units. And then syntax helps us understand how those are put together. No, that's fantastic, Lori. Thank you. All right, so what are we talking about when we're talking about syntax? I think I had initially said, you can put your thoughts in the chat box. I'm going to pull up the definition. The emphasis is really on meaning. Meaning is dependent on syntax. So I just want you to take a moment to think about what's how do you define it? Does this make sense to you? That is syntax a new term? Is it do you normally think about it as just as grammar? Why is this important for learning to read and write? I'm just going to give you a moment, reflection, thought. You can put into the chat box or just write something down for yourself. But it's this set of principles that dictate the sequence and function in words in a sentence in order to convey meaning. I'll just give you a moment with that. In other words, oh, good, we do have something. I'll give it maybe in my lung language. It's the rule system. I like that, Lori. And you just came from letters, so yes. It's how we organize. Yes, I have someone saying that I need to stop and share and reshare. Let's try that. Better? Someone give me a heads up. You can see? Thumbs up. Okay. All right. So hopefully that's working for everyone. Okay. In other words, it's the relationships among those words, phrases, clauses, and sentences. The key piece is that it answers these questions about written text. The whole point of writing is so we can understand it, right? So that we can convey meaning. So it answers where, when, how much, who or what, did or doing what. And these colors will make sense in a bit. Which one, what kind, how many, why. And when we talk about the rules and the contents of function words, we're going to talk about that in a moment, but those content words, so just giving you a preview, are the nouns, the verbs, the adjectives, and the adverbs. Those are content words, they hold meaning. Whereas the function words are your grammatical glue, like your conjunctions, prepositions, pronouns, your helping verbs, your articles. They hold things together, but they're a lot harder to define. Have you ever tried defining the word the or of? They really have meaning in relation to other words. They hold things together. They're useful words, but defining them is a little bit trickier. So as we talk about syntactical awareness, and this is, you can see old, but Marilyn Adams is a classic. I'm going to ask for a volunteer to read just to have another voice. And I want you to think about what other benefits you see as you think about syntactical awareness. Can I have a volunteer to read for us? Interesting, Lorianne says England doesn't use words like the at all. I know you go to hospital, you don't go to the
You go to
hospital.
hospital. Yeah, they just don't use those in general.
Well, it's interesting that we find a need, and yet we clarify so. It's funny because I think about my daughter with dyslexia struggling with the difference between a and the. She can
Mhm.
read them fine,
Mhm.
but her brain doesn't really think that important difference is important, so she might switch them. Whereas for me, that difference is very important because there's a difference between will you give me a book versus will you give me the book. You give me the book, I know which one you're talking about, but a book could be anyone. Go ahead, Stephanie. Do you have a question or are you volunteering to read?
I was volunteering to read, but I can come up with a question if you would prefer that.
We're good. Go ahead.
Without the independent ability to recognize the within sentence phrasal and clausal boundaries that permit interpretive recoding, the young reader has no rational option but to try to conquer whole sentences at a time.
Thank you, Stephanie. I love this reminder that you instead of thinking about just individual words and then they put together in this huge chunk, that they read word by word, or they try and look at the whole sentence and they try and make sense of it. Recognizing individual phrases and clauses can help you understand the sentence so much more strongly. I think I have another importance of syntax here. This is from Louisa Moats's more recent book. And notice that that overall proficiency with academic language, including the ability to interpret the complex or literary syntax, is becoming more and more highly correlated with reading comprehension beginning in the intermediate grades. Now, I know when I looked at our list, we have a lot of people here in elementary. We have, and those younger grades. We do have high school, middle school. We do have administrators. So we have some who are teaching those others as well. And if you look at texts for kids in those lower grades, you'll find very simple syntax. But it's quickly becomes, especially even in third and fourth grade, much more complex. And so we can start though with those kids who have young and easy syntax, because then it becomes easier to build on, and we can start with them doing it orally. Oh, I do have one more. Here we go. Studies have been shown that a clear relationship between syntactic or grammatical sophistication and reading comprehension, meaning as students learn to employ more complex sentences in their oral and written language, their ability to make sense of what they read increases too. So for those of you who've been with me before, what do I say all the time that this makes us think of? Teaching reading through writing. Teaching reading through writing. As we teach them to write, they're learning to read much more than the other way around. A lot of research will say, you're teaching them to read, you're teaching them to read. You're teaching them to write, you're teaching them to do both, because they're paying attention to sound symbol correspondences and the context, and there's so much more. All right, a couple other pieces on context before we get into the what, the meaty. Look at this. As many as 70% of struggling readers with phonological processing deficits, remember we're talking about those dyslexic or those word reading difficulties, they also struggle with vocabulary, with their syntax, with their narrative development. And this is, again, that overlap with DLD, but it's also due to less reading than because there's, remember we said that secondary consequence is going to affect their reading comprehension. We gain a lot of your understanding of vocabulary, syntax, even background knowledge through reading. Yes, we need that stuff to understand what we're reading, but we also gain a lot of it through reading. And so we need to make sure that our kids are learning those, and not just the individual reading skills as well, but this is really important. And I want to talk about that third bullet for a moment, is that we can't expect our kids to write what they can't say orally. So if they can't tell you a story, don't expect them to write that story. And they might struggle to read that narrative if they struggle to say it as well. So let's get that oral storytelling in, really crucial. Okay, I mentioned the content words and functional words. As I mentioned, those ones on the left contain meaning, and the ones are the grammatical glue. This is a list of them. We're going to talk about what they are in just a moment. Let's take a look at the functions of these, though. So I want us to think about, so these are the kinds that we can classify words into contents or function. And in fact, I think it was an ESL instructor who likes to categorize these as bricks. This was Susanna Dutro from EL Achieve. Really interesting work. And these as mortar. And I think that that's, I hope that's spelled correctly. Mortar, there we go. That's, see again, imperfect relationship between speech and print. Is that the bricks are the ones that contain meaning and the mortar holds them together. So that's why we call them the grammatical glue. And so these are just keeping in mind, notice the color coding. It's funny because originally the colors were, I thought, random. A lot of my colleagues at Chartwell had said, you know, they were the colors she had in her pack. But then I came to realize the advantage of having my nouns and green and my verbs in red. Because when I made my posters and put them on my wall, I have them right here. Is I would put them on the wall. I would put my oranges beforehand. My articles came before my articles. Notice how my articles are orange because they do the same role as an adjective. They come before a noun. And I had my nouns and my pronouns before my verbs. And I don't have these in the right order. Here's my, oops, that's an interjection. Here we go with my verbs. Because we follow the rules of the road. We start with green, green means go, and we end with red. A simple sentence has to have a noun and a verb. That's minimum. You can have all those other things, but if I say, I sleep, you know, noun or pronoun, but right? Or ducks fly. There you go. I've got a complete sentence, don't I? I have to have a green and a verb. Start with think about the rules of the road. So hence I appreciated, even though I didn't come up with the color scheme, I appreciated it. Okay. We're going to talk about those functions though, because while words can be classified in two ways, they can perform many jobs. So I'm calling them functions, but Margie Gillis calls them jobs. So I want you to think for a moment, and how would you define these words, what they do? And then I'm going to, what question do they answer? You saw me holding those up and they have those questions, and I'll bring those up and show you these. And I also have access to them if you'd like those posters. But I'm just going to give you a moment to think about what jobs each of these play. I'm going to erase that for us. These weren't Margie's colors, but they were her book bricks. So you may be thinking, what on earth are you talking about? Let's get into that a little bit. What are the kinds of questions they answer? I'm going to show you a handout that talks about those questions. But first off, I'm going to give you some definitions and think about the roles or jobs. So actually, I'm going to get to that handout for you here in a minute. Move that. So here are what you saw on these posters. Noun, it's a person, place, or thing. Some examples. And here are those questions. The noun tells us who or what. So this is the doer, as we say with our younger kids. Margie Gillis talks about the doer and what the doer does. So this is answering the question of what is it did or doing what? What's that action? What's the action or state of being? And I'll pull up the questions for you as well. Do I print out the posters? Yes. They're in a Google folder. They are not made ADA compliant because they're not meant to be read by an e-reader. So if you want to put your email into the chat, I'd be happy to share them. And I also have these laminated for me to take with me. I didn't laminate them in the classroom because there's often a glare from the lights when you have laminated things on the walls in the classrooms. So yes, I'm happy to share those. The questions, though, I'm going to bring up our, oops, I have to get my thing here. Our ADA compliant handouts. And I do have these grammar questions here by themselves, but I do like to bring them up through my Franken handouts, which was the handouts for a presentation I did with my colleague, Kate Franken. And because it talks about some other pieces, this was created for a presentation on older struggling readers. So we did talk about syllabification, syllable division, how words change when adding affixes, things that we've talked about in previous classes in this series, orthographic conventions, and here are those questions. So your article tells you a noun's coming. Thank you, Melissa. I'll add those. That are adjective, nouns, verbs. So these answer these questions. And I think this is really crucial because it's those questions that help connect us to grammar. And it's the connection, these questions that we help build through our phrase work, our development with our students. It connects grammar and the syntax to meaning. This is how kids figure out how words work together to create meaning in sentences. And so this is what they, in fact, when I said drum, I drum on my drum. I've got a what, and I have a what it's doing or doing what. Go ahead, Melissa.
I just think I'm making a personal connection right now because I don't know if I'm the only one, but I read to my kids at night and sometimes I'm not thinking about what I'm reading, I'm just reading. And I realized that sometimes I substitute a word that could be a different part of speech, right? And you say it differently. So the prosody changes because of the meaning of how it's meant to be. And so I'll read it and I said all the words correctly, but it made no sense because my prosody was way off because I substituted those jobs. So it's like you have to really pay attention to not just decoding, but like what's the meaning that this sentence is trying to give. And if you're half asleep, that doesn't work very well.
Exactly. And it's funny you should say that. I don't know if this is in the slide deck or not, but I'm going to jump us to it. Is on the module that I'm working on in Fluency, I have one just what you're talking about, and this has not been adjusted for. Where's the automaticity, prosody? Here we go. I'll share screen. Is exactly what you're talking about. Look at the difference between present. I present you with a present, or his conduct. I'm going to conduct this series, but his conduct was inappropriate. So I'm trying to put that stress on the syllable. Notice the different stress. The syllable is in. We stress the syllable on the second syllable in the verb form, but we stress the first syllable in the noun form. So yes, exactly.
Get it out all the way first, remember?
What was that?
Okay.
Oh, okay. That's something I'll have to mute. I do have another fun slide that I actually got this from online. This is from a great new program I found online, free, called Sortagories. If you haven't checked out Sortagories, I highly recommend it. It's really fun where you can. And this is the phrase building. I think there are other things you can do with it. But, and these are organized by function. So you can see their colors are a little bit different, but their questions are the same. What, how many, which kind, which one, who or what did something, and what did they do, and how, where, and why, and those relationships, and then those joining. Now, I put the sortagories into the chat box. What it does is you can, the first question is silly, it's cat or dog, but that's simply because they question your I think the sentences become about a cat or dog, but it will give you a phrase and it asks you what kind of question that phrase is answering. So it's a great practice for kids. We'll have an opportunity later to practice that. Okay, so we talked about the syntactical rules. I want you to try it for a moment. I want you to think about each of these words. So they're not multisyllabic words like the ones that we were looking at that Melissa was mentioning, but each of these words could be used in multiple ways. So I want you to think about, could you use one of these words as a noun, a verb, and an adjective? All three of them could be. So I'm just going to give you a moment. Choose one. Write a simple sentence. And let's see them in the chat box. All right, looks like someone's starting off. What are your sentences, Wendy? Yes, they all can be. Can you want to give us a sentence, an example? All right, he sat on the rock. That song will rock your world. And can we get an adjective too? With rock, we've got the rock and the river will cause the boat to rock. We're using nouns and verbs. I can spot my friend. I have a spot, and I say nouns and verbs. The rocky bank. Oh, I didn't even think about that one. I always think of like rock music. Some great examples. Love how we can get in, put on your sock them in the back. We rocked out. I love it. Here are the examples that I had made. Yours are so much fun there. I can jump on the box. He had to jump off his car. My sock wouldn't fit. I socked my friend. Jump in the line. Rocky bunny. He will jump over the bat. He sat in the jump seat. He got a jump on me. So notice the color coding, right? The orange are the adjectives. And all of these could be used in those multiple ways, especially our high frequency words. And so that's a piece where we need to really process and think about how we use these words. So I'm going to, actually, I think I've shifted things. I'm going to give us a moment to pause, reflect. And I think I shifted that. I think about how we teach words as, instead of parts of speech, to talk about the jobs that they do. So I'm just going to give you a moment to chat with each other. Maybe I'll do a little bit smaller time than last time. And I'm going to just, give us some processing time because you've been sitting and listening a bit, and I want you to talk too. I will shift. I want to make sure everybody has people to talk to, so we'll make that work. I will break it down to let's do 7 minutes. Should hopefully be enough. And if I'm wrong, you'll let me know. I'm going to pause the recording.
Talking about.
Oh, I like that. Will you put it in again? Because I think it went just in with your group.
Oh, sure.
I would love to see that. It makes me think of, there's a professional development provider / tutor whom I've been working with on a reading endorsement program. She's going to teach my word reading part of it. And she creates, and I wonder if I can find a blank page to just draw it. I need to just look and see if I can find a blank spot. I'll just draw a small one. What she does is she gets construction paper and she draws an apple and she cuts it out of construction paper. And I will not draw a good apple, I will warn you all, but you'll get the idea. So she draws this apple and then she cuts it and she has the subject on one side and the predicate on the other. And just kind of like I have the red and green, that a sentence has to have a subject and a predicate. Those are those two parts. Someone said, can I do it as a pumpkin at Halloween time? She's like, sure. But just that recognizing that you have to have those two parts. So I'd be curious to see with Pam Dykstra. I know a Steve Dykstra. I definitely want to see that. I'm thinking that you're right. You need those two wheels, otherwise it's going to fall over. But just like you need these two parts, these two halves, because without it, you have an incomplete thought. And I think that that's the more you play with phrases and clauses. I'm actually going to a district on Friday and I have a sort to do. And we have some sorts that are phrases and some sorts that are, some phrases and some clauses, and to how to tell the difference between them, and to have the kids recognize that a clause is a complete thought. It has a subject and a predicate, whereas a phrase is only one of those. It's either a subject or it's a predicate, but it's not a whole complete thought. And I will say that this is something that we don't really pay attention to enough. When I was teaching people to become teachers, I had a class, literacy for special ed teachers, both at the undergraduate and graduate level. Every single time I taught that class, I would teach the difference between a phrase and a clause the very first class, because it's not something that people recognize, and it's something that our kids need us to understand that difference. So thank you, Libby, for sharing that. I look forward to looking at it. What is something else from your breakouts that came up? I have had a good discussion. Anything you'd like to share? I'm seeing some nods, good.
I'll chime in. We talked about how just a simple change in phrasing of not referring to it as the parts of speech, but referring it to the roles and functions within a sentence is so powerful. It's such an easy change for us, but has such a high implication. So we had a little bit of conversation around that.
Thanks, Erin. It was for me too. When I think about, I mean, when we talk about vocabulary, so often we talk about what's the part of speech. And it's like, well, that depends on how it's being used. You know, it could be a noun, it could be a verb, and it could be this. And I think that that's helps us recognize the different meanings of words in different contexts and different sources. And the more complex ways we know a word, the more neurons we're connecting and the more it sticks. We really appreciate that. All right, so let's start with nouns. We're just going to do some exercises together. Actually, I know I put some of this into the Jamboard for us to do, but we're a whole group. We're a nice whole group. Let's do it together. So we have nouns. Oh, this was on the next slide. And I put this up for your conversation, as well as some of these other activities. We're going to do some of them as a whole group instead of small groups. So I'm going to go back to, yes, these different kinds of nouns, but when you have your next break, I want you to go back and kind of go back to some of these and think about them more deeply. So we're going to start with the first activity, which isn't in there, and we're just going to do this whole group. And I want us to think about either, to find the right one. Here we go. Which one of these words you can either put in the chat box or you can annotate them. And once again, thinking of functions. Which of these can function as nouns? And I think I got a lot of these from William Van Cleve's book. If you don't have that, oh, it's fantastic. William Van Cleve does a lot of this work. Writing matters. And if this book is known there, definitely. All right, so we have some words. Notice how we've got the ER. If it were just print. Oh, I should have made it print. Next time I should. Because print could be a noun or a verb, couldn't it? So that one wasn't too hard. All right, how about the next one? There is a noun in that phrase. The clause has more than one noun. And then we've got multiple nouns in that sentence. So I'll go ahead and let us find those. We are missing one in that. There we go. I was going to say, how do we know? Basically, your clue for kids, one that you want to say, what's a noun? Can I put an article before it? So the idea, the back, the bank, the tree, the shirt, the print was too small. I need to take off that ER. I think I took it from someone. It's been a while since I've taught it. I need to do that. The print was too small. The shirt was too small. The tree was too small. The bank was closed, or the bank at the edge of the river was too small. So thinking about those different kinds of words. And so this is an activity you could do with your kids to help them recognize what nouns are and the roles that they play. Remember I said, if you can put the before it, it can be a noun. You know, the incident might be hard for them to explain, or the liberty. You know, he took the liberty. Anytime we have the object of a preposition, or we have it can be preceded by an article. Notice we have the and a in there. Okay, so I'm going to clear all that off. Where are my annotations? Oh, over here. Oh, nope, that was mine. Clear all dries. Now we think at the complexity of nouns and the ways that suffixes make things into noun. And so we can help our kids recognize that nouns can be animate or inanimate. So it's something that, how do we categorize these? What are the semantic categories that nouns fit into? And so we saw in that last one, some of those nouns had capitals, right? So that's the common versus proper. And I've been trying to give you some abstract ones because they're harder for kids to recognize. We don't have, one thing I would add to this list that I'm going to make a note to do for next time is count versus non-count. And that was something when I was teaching English in Morocco, we spent quite a bit of time on, because nouns that are countable and not countable they're different in different languages. So what I mean by noun count is, for example, you can't count milk. You can count boxes of milk or containers of milk or cups of milk, spoonfuls of milk, or et cetera. You always have to have that preceding phrase to help you understand milk, because you can't count rice or bread or money. You can count dollars. So he has a lot of money. He has many dollars. So when people, you go to the checkout and they say 3 items or less. Well, less has to do with things that you can't count. 3 items or fewer has to do things with you can count. That's why people are getting a furor over that 5 items or less thing. It's because whether or not you can count them. And an exercise we did when I was in Morocco was taking a non-count noun and how do you make it countable? You could have a packet of something or a bottle of something. And I remember when my students they were playing around, they said like a bottle of love, or, taking something that you can't, an idea that you can't count, and how do you make it countable? A piece of information, or, loaves of bread. I mean, there are things too. So, and that would be another category to add here, is count versus non-count. I've added some suffixes here that make things into nouns. I'm just going to give you a moment to take a look at them and think about, are there any, think about examples for them. Are there any that you would add that I'm missing? I will share with you my favorite resource for suffixes. Here's this one. Marcia Henry's book, Unlocking Literacy. Is that on your desk, Erin? There you go. Back in the back, she has her lists of suffixes, and then she'll explain. So there's the Greek combining forms, Latin roots, their prefixes. Here we go, suffixes. And it will give a definition of it and a part of speech, or how it's normally used, its function. And sometimes she'll give an explanation of why you use one versus the other. So, for example, the related suffixes ISM and IST can be added to many of the same base elements to make nouns, like formalize, formalism, realize, realism, realist. So they might have slight nuanced different meanings between formalize and formalism. Formalize is your activity of making something formal, versus formalist is someone who does, and formalism is the process of making formal. So you can just see those nuances that could be very challenging for a second language learner, or just many of our other learners. Erin, what do you mean counting your blessings?
I was like trying to think of like you were like blessings are hard to count is kind of
Oh yes, I love
I got
it.
a little behind, so
No, it's true. That's another non-count words. So I just think about some of these suffixes and how many of them are, like, for example, hood, neighborhood, adulthood, parenthood. Those are Old English. NESS is an Old English. But if you look at most of those IONs, ATE, a lot of those are Latin based. And you have the OR and the ER. So those are some suffixes. All right, let's look at verbs. I'll give you a moment with these. Which words can function as verbs? And let's talk about why. Why are we choosing some but not others? If I took the ER, yes, I can compute, but the computer, no. And the kids might get stuck with grumpy. You can be grumpy. So the verb to be is really hard. It's a feeling, or it's a state of being. And notice some of the examples are prepositions. And notice how then we can think about, how do we make this verb into a noun? Like jump could be either one. Laugh, I make it into laughter. Sleep could be either one. Notice we've got that clause. That's a dependent clause because it starts with while. And notice the verb phrase starts with the verb, whereas the noun phrase, I don't know if you noticed, ended with the noun. Verbs phrase starts with verbs. Noun phrases end with nouns. And we have a compound, actually that's a It's still a simple sentence, but it has a compound predicate here. We ordered our food and ate it when just in time, a prepositional phrase that tells us. Okay, so we see the verb's not as complex a little bit. We have some variety there. But here's where things get a little bit more complicated. Is it a transitive verb or is it not a transitive verb? Meaning, does it take an object or not? That's where things, especially for our second language learners, can be very challenging. Meaning, I'm trying to think of it. I don't have examples in here. Silly me. I have to come up with them off the top of my head. That if I have to give something to someone. So give is one that definitely is a transitive. But I mean, intransitive ones, they don't take an object. I'm trying to think of examples. I'll look for some while you're in your breakout room, because these come from William Van Cleve. Somebody might be helping there. The linking, we've talked about how difficult they can be. Helping words, there's a whole page about helping words in William Van Cleve stuff. And then your modals, your would and could and should. And I mean, we don't do conditionals much in English because it's complicated. But I used the word ought recently. My daughter said, who uses ought? I'm like, well, she's like, Mom, you have to use two kinds of too old-fashioned of speech. But that's a modal that we are kind of moving away from, the would, could, and should. Thank you, Aaron, to make you giving us some examples on the transitive and intransitive. You bring something, you offer something, but you can't sit something. You sit on something. You can't vote something, you vote for something. And so our language is very, very complex. One here that I would add, so I'm making myself some notes, is the phrasal verbs. Is anyone familiar with that concept? Those of us who teach English as a second language, to additional language, might be familiar with the concept of phrasal verbs. That's definitely another question. Phrasal verb. That would be, for example, turn on. We have so many favorite phrasal verbs. Turn on or turn off. You are not, you're not actually turning on something. To turn on is the transitive verb. You're turning on the light. Oh, that's a good question, Lauren. Is it by accident or on accident? It is accidentally. It is on purpose. It is by accident. You are correct on that. But again, it's language use versus language, when you say what's it supposed to be versus how do people actually use it. Oh, Lorianne, was that your question or do you want to unmute? And again, people have been changing use and people have been changing use in so many different ways. I mean, I see, for example, pronouns, people using incorrectly all the time, and it's just become very normal for people to say, well, I've even seen professors type into emails, make sure you give it to John or I. But it's following the preposition to, so it should be John or me. Language use and change. No judgment. We have to recognize that is it by accident or on accident? Yes. People might make that mistake because they think they hear it, think on purpose. You don't do something by purpose, you do something on purpose. It's the complication of our language. I've listed a few suffixes here that make things into verbs. I don't think I can think of a lot more. If you have any more, please let me know and I'll have to look at my resources, but these were pretty much the ones I could come up with. Like to categorize, to magnify, to darken, to accentuate. So those are some examples of those. All right, let me clear that off. And we're going to move on to the adjectives, the same kind of activity. I think fewer would be which ones can't function as adjectives. But look at how witty we could break down into wit is a noun. Witty is an adjective. He has 8 things. It's a number of. It is the number 8. That's what's complicated. Numbers are hard, aren't they? Because it tells you how many of something. So yes, but at the same time, you could say, I have 8. Is that an adjective then, or is it a pronoun? Because it's substituting for something. I have 8 something. We have a rocky old table again. We've got a prepositional phrase there. Now for this with my students, notice the next step. Let's draw an arrow to the noun they describe. So in this case, the table is rocky and it's old, like someone just did with the man is tall. When the mole man stooped to walk, where? Under the low door. The sweet lemonade on the dry day, the hot day. So sometimes this can be where things can get unclear as well. Is that, what is the referent? What is it describing? So this is an activity we want to make sure our kids recognize that that what is sweet, the lemonade is sweet. What is hot and dry, the day is. And so helping them unpack that meaning. All right, I'm going to take these off. And we're going to look at it this way. Some of those what adjectives describe? They tell us color, they tell us time. I don't have a number on there, I should add that. I keep making notes. It's been a while since I've done this one. Number. They tell us the origin, the condition, the shape, the size. The adjectives are complex. And the order of them is complex. This is the order we would say them. I might have the blue Norwegian flag, but notice I have condition there. I actually should put the tattered blue Norwegian flag. So we wouldn't say the blue tattered Norwegian, the blue tattered Norwegian flag. Where we change them changes meaning, doesn't it? If you think of, for example, sky blue versus blue sky, it's very different, isn't it? Sky blue is a color. The blue sky is what I see. So this is, again, another complicated piece for our second language learners, our additional language learners. Adjectives are very, very complicated because they change meanings in complicated ways. And it's going to take a lot of work and practice with that. You see some suffixes, inward, outward, joyful, and selfless-ish, IAL. We've got some Anglo-Saxon ones as well on that. Erin points out that in Spanish, the adjectives come after the noun. That's the same in French. I think it's a lot of the Romance languages. And so it makes things challenging because in English, we have them all over the place. Usually before, but if it comes afterwards, it has a different meaning. The challenges of English, doesn't it? Okay, I mentioned the order. These are some examples of that. That's a good question, Cindy, if somebody knows about Spanish following the similar rules or not. Here are some examples of those order for adjectives, which can be really, really complex. So I love that beautiful old big green antique car. I could say I love that beautiful big old big, that couldn't really. I mean, I could say that big, beautiful, I can move big. There are some things we can move, there are some things we can't. And if we do, so let's say if I love that antique, beautiful, big old green car, it just has a different feel to it. So this is just the general that you'll normally see, but we need to recognize for kids, it's going to be a little bit different. So if I say, my sister has a tan, big, beautiful white bulldog, it's just going to feel weird. And again, how do we develop this feeling of whether or not it's weird is through lots of multiple exposures and interactions and experiences. So notice we've got the opinion of wonderful old Italian clock versus an old wonderful Italian clock puts the emphasis differently. An old Italian wonderful clock, it puts the emphasis differently. The subject verb pattern, what about adjectives? Erin, do we have any? Spanish word order is more flexible.
Yeah, oftentimes in Spanish, like for adjectives, for example, you will mostly find the adjective come after the noun, and it could be like a few words past the noun. Oftentimes it'll end the sentence, but every now and then it does appear at the beginning. So like in English, we have a far more structured set of rules than Spanish does. They
Mhm.
follow the same general principles, but then when it comes down to specific word order, it depends on the context and the meaning of the sentence, and it's more flexible.
Thank you. I'm thinking about the flexibility. Like if I say leather black shoes versus black leather shoes, just feels weird. It's a new amazing American movie. Well, that puts the emphasis on American versus an amazing new American movies. It's like it just changes the emphasis if you move around.
Well, and in Spanish too, and a lot of other languages, you have gender specific nouns, right? So then that also plays a big role into the word. So there's that piece of it as well.
It's very complex, isn't it? I just think about this and you get like, oh, wow, how do you remember this? And this is something that I don't think about on a day-to-day basis. It's just natural use for those of us who read and write a lot. That I wouldn't say a plastic, disgusting pink ornament. If I did, my emphasis would be on the fact that it's plastic versus a disgusting pink plastic ornament. It's just, where is that emphasis? And it changes it changes the meaning of the sentence and where you're putting your emphasis on it. That's what makes our language really complex, isn't it? Okay, and verbs. Last one. Remember, these answer I shouldn't have put my posters away. Where, when, how much. So now tells us when, slowly tells us how. That suffix ly. Suddenly there was another when. Until tells us when. Okay, so when does he run? Regularly. And often also tells us when he runs, doesn't it? Those answer those questions when. And we have sometimes tells me when she sleeps, right? Or when she slept through. Let's see. Let's think about noisy. Is noisy telling me about, what's noisy telling me about? These arrows might help with that. Fiercely tells me how he spit. Loudly tells me how he stormed. Quickly tells me how he slammed. Let's take this a little bit further though. And let's look at this. Through the noisy storms tells me about him sleeping, doesn't it? When did he sleep? Through those noisy storms. Onto the floor tells me where he spit, doesn't it? Fiercely tells me how. I should make these blue instead of red. Fiercely tells me how. On the floor tells me where. From the room tells me where he stormed, doesn't it? A lot more complex now, doesn't it? Now we see that noisy is an adjective telling me about those storms. So what kind of storms? Noisy storms. What did he sleep through? Oh, in that case, let's take this back and let's say slept through is probably a phrasal verb. And because this is, what did he sleep through? He slept through a noisy storm. In this case, this noun is the object of that verb sleep through. Do you see the complex? Our language is hard, but by understanding this, we can see the relationships that Jane did something. She slept through the noisy storms. How often? Sometimes. What else did she do? She woke suddenly. Probably she slept through the noisy when she woke suddenly. So it's an interesting, I didn't make the sentence, but it's kind of a weird one. Let's see what's coming into these, I think came from the William Van Cleve. Rose, tell us more. You're talking about those prepositional phrases. I think you might be noticing something. Prepositions, I think I have in purple. I have onto the floor, from the room, and either through the noisy storm, or I see that could say this is a verb here, to sleep through. Rose, what's your processing? What are you thinking about those? It tells us when and where of the verb. So in this case, these prepositional phrases are being used as adverbs. They tell us when, where, etc. Exactly. I was going to add some more, but you got the etc. works. Prepositional phrases can also be adjectival, though. Like the book on the table. It's telling me about that book, isn't it? The book on the table is great. It's not telling you about the fact that it is, it's telling you about the book itself. So prepositional phrases can be either adjectives or adverbs. And that's one of the things that are really useful for our kids to understand and learn. Okay, we're going to give you a reflection time. And then we're going to get into putting these together into phrases and clauses, etc. So through this, you saw that we have these all in the Jamboard. So I want you to take a moment to look at the nouns, the verbs, the adjectives, and the adverbs. And if you'd like, on 11, you can come up with your own either thoughts, definitions, descriptions, examples of those as well. So I'm going to give you a little bit more time to talk with your partners, kind of process some of these things, feel it, think about it. Remember, we verbalize to internalize, we write to remember. Zoom the recording. And I hope that was enough time for you to get a little bit of playing or a little bit of processing if it was overwhelming, because our language is overwhelming. And it's funny because I often get accused of being overwhelming. And I used to apologize. And now I've realized, nope, I'm doing my job. This is overwhelming. There's so much to learn here. Go ahead, Melissa.
Yes, I want to just affirm that and say that there's no way. You know, it's like being told as a tutor, can you fix this kid in 6 weeks? You know, like you're trying to offer a massive amount of information on a 1-day, you know, or even in the series, like it's just too much. I mean, I did this for a year intensively in a master's program and still don't understand most of it. So when people say that they had a 30-hour training and that's all they need, like, no way, no way.
That's a start. It's a start. I mean, even this, like I said, it's a 42-hour series. And as Erin just put in, new information is always coming out. Our language is complex. We keep finding better resources, and we keep digging through the resources we already have that we haven't had a chance to look through. Like, so while you were in your breakout, I was looking more back at the back of this book, and oh, I wish I had more time to explore it because, yeah, this book is fantastic. He has a whole page here of phrasal verbs. We were talking about phrasal verbs, so things like calm down, grow up, grow back, show off. It doesn't have shower off, but that would work too. To cut off, to drop back, to look for, to turn down, to pass out. I mean, there are a lot of phrasal verbs. Only 23 helping verbs. I mean, it's just so useful. I really, really like this book. So you by buying it, you wouldn't make more money for him. I don't know who's getting the proceeds now because he's dead, but he was an amazing speaker. It's so we lost him way too young. I think he was like 53. But yes, there's always so much more. Yes, the title of the book. This is called Writing Matters: Developing Sentence Skills in Students of All Ages. And for those of you in the younger grades, I was thinking about back here, he has suggested instructional content by grade level 1 through 6. So the parts of speech and their use. And so he'll say, for example, nouns, here's some like we in grades 1 and 2, person, place, a thing, etc. In grades 3 or 4, idea, singular, plural, predicate nouns. So he gets more complex as he goes. And then so here's our suggested sequence by grade level 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and then concepts to be covered with high school students, grades 9 through 12. It should be on my writing, I mean, my word book list under V for Van Cleve. Seriously? Okay, gotta add that too. Van Cleve, and I'll add it on later on. So that was Writing Matters. I'll just put it here. and I'll add more details about it later. Yes, there's so much more always coming out. Is there anybody who would like to share about some of the things from your discussion before we move forward? Why is all this important, especially? Yes, thank you for that question, Wendy. So diagramming a sentence is a lot of work. I don't agree. So diagramming is valuable when it comes to sentences that are confusing. And when I was at Chartwell, we didn't diagram, but what we did do is some of the activities we're going to be doing after lunch, whereas we look at what kinds of questions do the phrases answer. And we practice the phrases. And so you'll see some, we're going to be looking at some phrases, and we're going to look at the text from which that came. And we're going to see what questions these answer, so that when we are reading, and I actually have a video of a middle school class reading based on these phrases, which we may get to that reading one this time, it may be next month, but we definitely will get to this phrase practice, because this is where we understand the grammatical connections, is through the phrasing. So yes, we will have some specifics. I mean, that's a very good question of how and when are folks teaching grammar. And this is really when it comes in, is this phrase piece. This is where we talk about the grammar, because we're teaching it in context. So we teach them that at that time tells us when, and with dagger-like teeth tells me how, so that when I come to that text and I'm reading, and I help my kids read instead of word by word, to read phrase by phrase and understand how those connect. That's really the goal here. This is for my kids who can read individual words, but they're going to read word by word. We want to group them phrase by phrase. And that's our kids with dyslexia need that support, grouping them. And then that helps contribute with the meaning. So I'm just going to grab a sentence here to explain this. And then, like I said, we'll do this a lot more in the afternoon. Let me get blue instead. Oops, pencil and blue. There we go. So he attacked his prey. That's the subject and the verb. That's, he attacked. What did he attack? His prey. Okay. The prey is, of course, something we might have to talk about. But how did he do that? With the sharp claws on his back feet. On his back feet is telling me where those claws are, so we can show the connections and meaning. So while I'm not diagramming, I'm showing connections. Wonder if that helps with that. Who wrote that? Wendy. So this is something, again, we're going to practice later, and I'll explain how to do that. But that's the essential piece, is helping our kids recognize these connections and how they work together. So that will be this afternoon. Yes. All right, well, let's jump into a couple more things then before our lunch, so we can get to this afternoon. So we've talked a little bit about this, so I can go pretty quickly on this. On the sentence, you remember the apple illustration having the subject and the predicate, and again, that green and that red. Clauses we haven't touched on as much, whether I kind of mentioned them when I said while is a dependent clause because it can't stand alone. What I like how William Van Cleve uses these serifs to indicate that, see that I has a strong base, an independent clause, it can stand by itself, versus the D is going to tip over. It can't stand alone, and I'm going to show you a great example of those in a moment. And then we've talked about phrases a bit, being that you can have a noun phrase, a verb phrase, an adjective phrase, or an adverb phrase. So this is just a visual representation of things that we've already talked about a lot. But let's get into that, what those clauses and how we start a dependent clause, those difference between a dependent and independent, which can be really complex for a kid, because in speech, who cares? But in writing, we do care. This is where in writing, we can't start a sentence. The kids always say, oh, don't start a sentence with because. Well, if you start a sentence with because, you're actually starting the dependent clause. You need to attach that to an independent clause. Otherwise, it's going to be a dangling independent, it's not going to work. And so these are those adverbial conjunctions that start these dependent clauses. So I'm going to show you a great example. These are, again, this comes from William Van Cleve from a video that he made, and I'm going to put that in the chat box. But can I get a volunteer to read these for us? And I want us to think about how that conjunction, that subordinating conjunction, changes the meaning of each of it. It's the only word that's different in each of those. Go ahead, Stephanie. Thank you.
Do you want me to read all of them or just the first one?
Because
Okay.
and while she's reading, think about how that one word changed the meaning of the sentence.
While I studied, my sister ran screaming through the house. After I studied, my sister ran screaming through the house. Before I studied, my sister ran screaming through the house. Because I studied, my sister ran screaming through the house. Although I studied, my sister ran screaming through the house. Whenever I studied, my sister ran screaming through the house.
Thank you, Stephanie. Notice a different intonation that she's got, because some of them are going to be a little bit more frustrating than others. And this is a piece that we have to help our kids understand, that that word has meaning, but that phrase has meaning. And that phrase, that word changes the meaning of that phrase. And so we're talking about something that's happening either during, before, because, the causal. That subordinating conjunction makes such a difference in this. And so this is where that clause, yeah, when people say don't start a sentence with because, well, because I studied, that works. I can start it. But I can't just say because I studied. I mean, kids orally, yes, we do. But in writing, we don't stop there. Just we don't say before I studied, after I studied. We show them these connections, how these follow that same pattern. It tells me why something happened, or when something happened, or most of our why or when. So let's look at the pronouns for a moment. And I mentioned, oh, whoops, I didn't fix that, sorry. It kind of came in from a different, I thought I was making it better and it didn't work, but you get the idea that those relative pronouns, who and whom, we don't use that whom so much anymore. We'll just say the girls he likes, ignore him. Versus the girls whom he likes those girls, but they ignore him. The boy who likes to read, that one's pretty common. The topics which and the topics that, this is something that people often confuse. Then notice how the which are irrelevant are put off by commas, because it's not as important, versus the topics that are important are discussed. So this is helping our kids recognize how these phrases support what they're, and notice how this is orange because these are adjectival. The first one is telling about the boy. The second one is telling about the girls. The other two are talking about those topics. So this is, again, making these connections and meaning, which is really crucial for our kids. What I'm going to do is I have some practice opportunities for these, for you to get comfortable with phrases and clauses. And what I think we're going to do, because I know I hear tummy's rumbling, is I'm going to queue up this practice, and we're going to just let you go right from your practice time to your lunch, because lunch starts at 11:45. So I'm going to go through and give you the directions on them, and I'm going to give you some fun to have. So you can choose what order you want to do these, what you want to do with these. So the first one is, and hopefully this link will work, is the Jabberwocky. I love using this as an example. I'm seeing some smiles. Let's make sure this link is still good, because you never know, links change all the time. Yes, there we go. And to think about the parts of speech of the nonsense words. And we may not know the meaning, but we can tell how it's being used. So I want you to think, you can just take a stanza or two and think about the parts of speech on that. So I'm going to put that in the chat box for you. The next one is the clause and phrase sort. And that is in our Jamboard here. I'm going to go back to here. And these are things that if you're going to do these and write on these rather than just have a conversation, I do invite each group to make your own Jamboard. You can just go to these 3 dots next to the share, and you can make a copy so that you're writing and sharing just one for your group instead of writing on the one that everybody has. So is this a noun phrase or is it a verb phrase? You can have a conversation about that. What question do these answer? You can see I've made a few wheres. You can also make a, let's make it a clear one, make a how, and we can make a when, and we can move those around. You can also copy them by duplicating any of those you wanted to do as well. So kind of move, what kind of questions do these answer? And these are all obviously adverbial. And then this is for an activity we'll be doing later on. So we're just going to do, oh, sorry, I missed one. There it is. Phrase or clause. This is just a sort, and again, a conversation. If it is a clause, is it a dependent clause or an independent clause? And phrase is what kind of phrase or what question is it answering? So a lot to chew on. And like I said, I'm going to queue this up. It's only 5 minutes before lunch, so you can have a conversation together about kind of any one of these, have your lunch and process, and then we'll kind of come back and we'll have our whole group process when we get back. So I'll leave one last thing as you are going, as I make these breakout rooms, just some fun. The examples on the right are what I think it was Melissa was saying with minute and minute and content, object, etc. So I'm going to pause the recording and resuming recording. Let's go to our phrase or clause. People are still coming back. So did any of you who are currently back with us have a chance to talk about this one? We have, I think, three slides to take up, activities to talk about. How did this feel? We'll start here. I'll kind of move them as I hear, and if there's anybody who'd like to share and talk about this one. Oops, not paying attention to what I'm doing. Thank you for that. You're doing the same thing I am, switching them.
We did need to look up the difference one more time. So could you give a succinct definition of each?
Yes, I wish I could see who's talking.
Oh, sorry, it's Maggie.
Oh, thank you, Maggie. So notice on the phrases, it's a group of words that could be either a noun, a verb, or an adjective, or an adverb. But the clause has a subject and a verb. So notice we started with that Aaron was helping that one. That the Spaniards would find our tracks. We have a subject and a verb. Who had been run for miles by his owner, who is your subject, had been run for miles is your predicate. He called to the actress, where we had left the stream, again, subject and verb. Down this trench coat is just a verb phrase. Keeping below is a verb phrase. To our houses is a prepositional phrase telling us where, so an adverbial phrase. The crest of the ridge, noun phrase. The tired dog, noun phrase. Collapsed in a heavy heap, verb phrase. Does that help?
Yeah, definitely. That's what we ended up doing too. I think it just helped to hear each thing labeled. Thank you.
So then let's go to the next one. Nouns or verbs. This one should be easier. Now, again, these are just phrases versus clauses. I'll use this to label. Remember, I said the nouns end in a noun, or in this case, here's our noun, the birds. On the feeder tells us about those birds. So this is a noun phrase. Sailors ends with the noun. Baby gorilla. And a teacher. Notice how these are all the noun phrases here. I should have done them in green. I'll do the verbs in red here. Stood on the seats, that's what he did. Quickly gobbled, that's what he did. Someone did that. Someone did that. What did he gobble? The ripe banana, but because this is quickly gobbled the ripe banana is what someone did. Squabbled that doesn't look like a right. This one says it's wrong, but interminably, let's make it intermittently, I would think, and explored the Amazon alone. So nouns are in the black, verbs are in red. then we could take our kids further and say, what did he explore? The Amazon. What did he gobble? The banana. And where did he stand on the seats? And so I'm going to use blue for our verbs. I mean, so our preposition. Can't talk right now. Adverb is the word I'm looking for. Where did he stand on the seats? And how did he explore the Amazon? Alone. And you can see a brilliant and scintillating telling about the teacher, restless and baby telling about the gorilla. I don't have an orange. I do, but here we do. Brilliant and scintillating tell about the teacher, restless tells about, and baby are telling about the gorilla, and 16 and somber are telling about the sailors. Oh, and quirky telling about the birds, and also those. Which birds? Those birds. So while I'm not diagramming, I'm helping them see relationships by underlining and coloring and arrowing. Oh, I missed. Yeah.
Can I slow you down for just a second? So as you started, you were just circling in black the nouns at the end of the phrase. And I think you might have said something about how the phrase ends, right, earlier in the presentation. So, but you skipped seats, and seats is a noun. And so I was confused, like, if we're just looking at the ends, we can pick out more of those. And then we get confused because there's verbs in it too.
Yes. So I should have said in general, let me get to this, that our noun phrases end in a noun. So the ones that you see here, the one I meant to do in green, not black. So I'm going to apologize with that. No, I do see, you're right. Here's a verb phrase. So in general, your noun phrase ends in a noun because we speak to the noun. The adjectives and all that come first.
Mm-hmm. Yep.
In this case, except for on the feeder is also telling me about the noun. So that's an adjective telling me about the birds. Those quirky birds where? On the feeder. But we're just talking about those quirky birds. We're talking about the sailors. We're talking about the banana. No, sorry, not that one. We're talking about the teacher. So the gorilla, the teacher, the sailors. Versus, remember, the verb phrases start with verbs. That one is consistent. Now, when we said the sailors, the 16 somber sailors, that's a noun. Oh, you said the seats, stood on the seats. Stood is what they did. And on the seats tells me where they stood.
So I think
But
what I'm getting at is that it's more complicated than just look at the last word in the phrase.
Yes, tremendously.
Like it has a lot more to do with the relationship between the words. So there isn't like a step-by-step first look at the last word, you know?
No.
Okay.
I was giving that as a generalization just to think about some of those easier ones that we showed earlier. That was the case. But, and as you can see with the verb phrases, they either start with a verb or with an adverb. Stood on the seats, quickly gobbled, squabbled, explored. So if you think about really the verb and noun phrase, let's go back to our apple illustration here. And the noun phrases, although I could say, let's see, the ripe banana is a noun phrase, isn't it? But it's what he quickly gobbled. So a noun phrase could be if it's the subject, it's definitely going to be that first half of the apple. But a verb phrase will always be over here. The subject is always going to be a noun phrase, but you could also have another noun phrase after your verb phrase because it's the object of that verb. So when you said, for example, he ate the banana, what did he eat? The banana. So a banana is a noun phrase that's the object of the verb, which is ate or gobbled or whatever it might be.
Maybe it's just that it's right after lunch, but can I push just a little bit further? I just came off of Anita Archer's, explicit instruction. I think you were there. What would be the first direction you would say to students with this activity? If you're going to list out step 1 would be this, step 2 would be this, like what would you narrow all that down to?
So this is something I'm doing with adults because I think you could get there. With my students, I don't start with the terms noun, verb, and phrase and verb phrase. With my students, that would be, I start with phrases and we talk about what questions they answer. And so we're going to get to that. And then later when they're ready for me to talk about them, as I'm talking about these phrases, I'm going to say, Tyrannosaurus Rex, that's a noun phrase. That tells us who. Their best chance. That's a noun phrase. That tells us what. At that time, notice that's a prepositional phrase that starts with that preposition. That tells us when. So it's going to be an adverbial phrase, depending on my kids and what they're ready. So with my younger kids, I never use those words. With my middle schoolers, I was using those words. It depends on where we got, like we built up to saying noun phrase, verb phrase, adjective phrase, adverb phrase. That was not what we did in the beginning. In the beginning, we did here where I described it. I would say with dagger-like teeth, that tells me how. Maybe, how he did something. Maybe he pulled apart his meat with dagger-like teeth, or he caught his prey with dagger-like teeth. He does something in a way, with dagger-like teeth tells me how he would do it. In another direction tells me where. I might be going in another direction. The story is going in another direction, or this, so the biggest mediator, that's a what? That tells me, that's a noun phrase. Depending on what they're ready for, I may or may not use those terms. So I'm building up to it. I was taking us, a preview to that for us as adults to do that. Does that make sense?
I'll keep coming.
We'll keep getting there. And this is, again, getting closer to where I started with the kids. And so where I have along the Mississippi tells us where. And so does, and this is where things can get a little complicated, because in the example we had, not in the other direction. Is there an example here? Some of these could be a where or a how. So they're in the video that we're going to watch later, there's an example where they use in the same way. And she points out that normally in tells us where, like in the box or in the house or in something. But in the same way tells us how. So it's really, we're focusing on the questions first before we worry about the parts of speech and those labels. Now, in writing, it's different. With William Van Cleve talks about understanding those parts of speech, and that would be a different activity. I'm going at it from a reading perspective and starting there. And so without meaning to would tell us how. Along the Mississippi tells us when, where before the play began, when throughout the entire evening, when besides the flower pot, where. One thing that was often difficult was about the head and shoulders. I mean, that could be how he hit him or really where he hit him. Same thing, there was above the racket too. I couldn't hear him above the racket. Could be a how, or his skis were hanging above the racket like a tennis racket. So it could be a where. So this is where meaning is really crucial. And where our explanations, where we talk about what's that phrase doing. So it is complex, yes. Did anybody else try this one and have a conversation about this one? Or things that are going on in your mind about this? Challenging? This is the whole point, is to try and demystify some of these complex pieces for our kids. Particularly when we talk about these prepositional phrases, they tell us something. Instead of just memorizing the prepositions like I had to do in high school, recognize the purpose of them. That they tell us something, they give us some information. I mean, even before the play began, that's not a phrase, is it? That's a clause, because the subject, the play, and began, it has a subject and a verb. But before the play began tells me when something happened. That's the whole point of these, is to understand the role it plays in the meaning of what I'm reading. Erin, tell me more. You talking about this one right here?
Yeah, just like imagining either doing it with students or other staff members, right? As we're all kind of processing it together, the way this is set up, having the question words up there and matching it with the phrase helps process it a little bit more, make it more concrete, versus just having the phrase up there and having to pull out the, okay, wait a minute, what question is it asked? It's kind of, it's already there. It's a good visual. And it's not having to be like, okay, like if you just had with a rusty hatchet, you don't have to be like, okay, is it a noun? Is it an adverb? Is it, you don't have to run through the whole,
Mhm,
all the
mhm.
functions. You kind of, you take a little bit of the, I don't want to say the mystery, like the barrier away of having to really dig deep into the brain.
And if we were in person, I could give you these phrases, and then I could give you either a board or a mat or another phrase. I'd like say, okay, you're going to sort them. Some of them say where, some of them say how, some of them say when. And I want you to sort them into those. So, I mean, with electronically and Jamboard, this was the best solution I had for that. You know, instead of sorting them all like we kind of did with this one and sorting them into, is it a phrase or is it a clause? And the purpose on the clauses is so that you can see what is an incomplete sentence or not, and that phrases build to clauses. And if you remember the, oh, I don't think I had it on that one. This one, the reason why I have this image is this is a conjunction. These are two adjectives, like an article and an adjective, supporting the noun or noun phrase. Here's our predicate, our verb phrase, and here's our adverb. This is a preposition. The purple is preposition followed by a noun or pronoun, which can be modified by adjectives and adverbs. So, but are all of these clauses complete sentences? No, Danny, you're right, because this starts with a subordinate clause, subordinate conjunction. So does this. This one can stand alone. This one cannot, and this one cannot. This is the only one that is an independent. He called to the actress. All the others are dependent. Exactly.
Alicia, can I ask a question?
Mhm.
And I'm sorry, I was just
No apology needed. Let's have a conversation.
okay. What I was wondering is how, in your opinion, obviously this is your thing. This is, this is reading and writing. I mean, the whole thing. How important is this for our high school students to know and understand versus literary devices? Because I feel like, we really focus more on literary devices in terms of improving students' writing ability, and not so much being able to identify parts of sentences.
So I'm a proponent, Lorianne, of you have to know the rules in order to know how to break them.
Okay.
And I think about how many texts you pick up that use incomplete sentences all the time. And so I think that there's a yes and to that. Sorry, I'm a yes and person. That's how I work. And I think too, it comes back to code switching. I don't want my kids limited to by their grammatical or literary skills. In other words, I think it's crucial for them to know how to create what the textbook or grammar book compositional sentences, because colleges still expect that, and writing a formal letter or a cover letter, or you still are going to have that expectation. So yes, there's creative writing and literary writing and all these fantastic, interesting devices, but not all writing calls for that. So I think that I want to empower my students to have both skills, if that makes sense.
Yep.
Erin, you said you see it as supporting development with literary. Tell us more about that.
Well, just like thinking about how some literary devices are set up or initially taught, having an understanding of phrases versus clauses or the types of clauses could help maybe support as they get into the more complicated ones. I'm processing it in my brain. It's not coming out appropriately, but words are hard right now for me. But I just see it as this supports that.
That I think that it's delving into an understanding. Again, teaching reading through writing is, and that's actually an activity we're going to be doing soon, I think, where we're going to talk about starting with building these phrases into our writing helps us understanding it with our reading as well. Thank you, Laurie. I appreciate that. Okay, so out of curiosity, did anyone try Jabberwocky? Again, talking about those literary devices. Look at all those. I mean, we don't know these words. Like, for example, Brillig. I might substitute that with like it was foggy. So in that case, it would be an adjective. I think I've had other people say it could be an adverb. I mean, slimy is definitely an adjective, but I think that this is a fascinating discussion on grammar, is looking at how these words are being used. I mean, outgrabe is obviously a verb. The mome wraths, I'm thinking a mome is an adjective describing the wraths. Yeah, this is, just another fun one. I saw some nods on seeing some things come into the chat box. Oh, I like that. Danny, that's a great point. When they try to create similes and metaphors, they think they don't have to write complete sentences. There's a lot that's going on here, isn't it? Yes, thank you. A lot of fun with that. Okay. Just wanted to have some fun with grammar and recognize that I have a whole fun book called The Transitive Vampire. It's grammar through kind of like Gothic images and examples, and that we can have fun with this. We can help our kids recognize that through understanding it, we're going to really expand our abilities to do, as you said, those literary devices and such. Okay, let me jump to here where we're talking about, oh, I do have this, perfect. Well, we're getting into the teaching and assessing time. Let me get my timer out on my phone. Oh no, this was not the one I thought it was. We'll do that one later. Okay. Quick, as we come back from lunch, let's color code. What's each word's role or / function? I have some small sentences here. Let's color code these. Let's find the verbs, the nouns. We're going to put I'll do the conjunctions in yellow because we didn't talk about those too much. We didn't talk about the colors much, but we'll do what we can. Let's do. We have some conjunctions here. There's another conjunction. Somebody can grab green and start with the nouns. All right, we've got those. I'll do the articles in orange. Oh, that's not an orange, that's a brown. And we'll do the prepositions in purple. Up, I see some adjectives. We'll do an orange. The joy was great. The baby was new. Someone got gurgling for us there. Oh, someone's already gotten the prepositions. All right. Great job, everyone. I'll bring that up. How do we do? I did color coded in red. Those just changing the colors. Oh, it's a little bit off there, but a fun warm up as we come back. Let me pull it off. Okay. So when we're teaching and assessing these, so number one, I'm going to bring us back to fluency in a moment. But there are things we can do for fluency and there are things we can do for grammar, and there's actually not as much for grammar when it comes to teaching, which is why I say a lot of informal observation. It's looking at their writing, it's looking at what they're understanding. And when we talk about their reading, are they understanding these connections? I will say this is one of the things that's very, very difficult in some ways to see when kids aren't understanding, because they're like, no. Particularly when you have connections of when things are modifying other things. So what is that telling me about? When on the last one, when we have the new baby. So what kind of joy? The great joy. So those are some kind of questions that we can be asking to help see, are they making these connections? And of course, when we're teaching, we're going to always be doing lots of practice with this. So when I'm going to talk about fluent reading, I have a handout on these norms, but this is only, remember, that one piece. This is just the automaticity piece. This isn't measuring accuracy, nor is it measuring prosody. Not prosody, we will get through the grammar and that phrasing piece. That's the piece that we're looking at when we're looking at prosody, is are they reading in these meaningful units of phrase by phrase rather than word by word? So I remember that stool. Accuracy was the first part. That's the decoding. Am I able to get the words right? Then the automaticity, we usually use a chart like this. This is the 2017 from Hasbrook and Tyndall. And then the prosody is, and I have seen some interesting tables on prosody. I can pull one up that I can share. And I was finding it when I was looking for how to work with secondary and how to support students with secondary school. But the thing is that when you look at this, and I'll make it big for us, is that really on this prosody, so you'll notice how much of this is, see, I think I can click here. This is all prosody. Pace is what we saw in that last slide, but except, we've got some subjective terms like slowly and laboriously and fast and slow. But look at how much is about your phrasing here. Where are the pauses and the hesitations? Is it a smooth rhythm? Does it have a mixture of run-ons and mid-sentence pauses, or is it, again, pausing? Look at the bottom on number 4 in the middle. Reads with good phrasing, mostly in clause and sentence units, with adequate attention to expression. So that's what we're paying attention to when we're looking at the prosody piece. A couple other pieces supporting this was so we're going to start with sentence level instruction, because that's really the sentence is the unit that we're talking about. So what are we going to do to help for sentences? We want to make sure we are building sentence levels for reading and for writing. For reading, we want them to help understand the meanings in those complex, unusual sentence forms. And for writing, it's to help them be paying attention to those incompletes. We talked about those run-ons, awkward expressions, ambiguity, unclear or poorly expressed meaning, those conventions, so that you can have some strong communication through our writing. Okay. So this is what I did have a moment to reflect on thought on these goals, but these are our goals for instruction. Did anything strike you though before we move on? Any surprises or thoughts? I feel like the first one we've been talking about a lot, but this is bringing it down to that sentence level.
Maybe just a comment that it's easier to progress monitor for reading than it is for writing. And I don't, I can't find it right now, but maybe it was in one of your previous things, but I found a document in my folders about something similar for writing. It was like, give the prompt, give them 3 minutes to write, and at this age they should be able to do this and that and this next age. And it was normed, and it was like, a first grader should be able to write this many words, and you mark it and score it in a way that like gives attention to not just spelling, but also the grammar order and the meaning as well. And so that was the first time I had seen that kind of thing before. Are you familiar with anything like that?
I don't remember that, but if you find it, please put it in, because I think that sounds fantastic. Because I know that I've been looking for particularly measuring writing fluency. And that's challenging. It's very, very hard to find things on writing fluency. Reading fluency is easy, number of words correct per minute. Writing fluency is a bit more challenging, and it's challenging to define. So that's one of the things I'd be happy to put more resources in on what I have found, but it's much more challenging. It really is. Go ahead, Rose.
Yeah, in regards to running records, I use those a lot with my students. And when it came to syntax, it was interesting to see kids that got the comprehension. They would see the verb start with S, and instead of saying he snuck, I don't know, what's the other S verb, but they'll substitute it. And so actually giving them, not saying, oh, that's, not, you can credit it, it's still an error, but that error analysis of saying, okay, you are recognizing that that's a verb. You're recognizing it's an action. You're just putting in another one for it. But using that opportunity too, to kind of, when you reflect on the running record, showing them, hey, you're doing it right. It's just now let's look at accuracy.
Because that accuracy, and that's what we, we're looking at here, is the accuracy piece. And not, and that's, I think you're right about what kind of, what kind of substitutions are they making? Are they not slowing down and paying attention to every letter in that word? And are they just looking at that first letter and guessing, or the context to figure? And that's one of the things, if we go back to our kids with dyslexia, they're really good at words in context. they're not so good with those individual words in a list because there's no context there to help them figure it out because they don't have that strength. And that's one thing I think it was, oh, I'm trying to remember who it was. It was the one with Kara, Danny, no, someone was talking about it, a student who was a 12th grader who was could read very well. I think it was you, Danny, wasn't it? And I think about how is that student's ability to read in text much stronger than the student's ability to read individual words that aren't in text. Because the individual, when they're in text, you can use all that context to help you figure it out versus using your decoding strategies that you may not have. So thank you for that, Rose.
Well, I've seen in a CBC setting, that's our center-based classrooms, where we have students who are, have significant intellectual challenges, and they can read fluently and beautifully and have not a clue as to what they've read. So the comprehension is not there, but they can read beautifully.
So someone's asking for a link to this. Yes. Here it is. This came from here. I'll put those into the chat box for you. And so when you say fluently, I'm wondering, Lorianne, are they pausing appropriately at the phrases, or is it word by word?
It's more word by word, but when you do the your fluency test, and usually it's just about words per minute. It's usually pretty high, and and shockingly, you'd think that at least they'd know something of what they've read, but typically there's just no clue.
So, Lorianne, what you're bringing up is something really important I want to emphasize. So you notice that I'm changing it from rate to automaticity. And partly because of something that, I've been hearing some confusion on a lot of fronts, and this is something that even Jan Hasbrook has brought up. She says, this is your goal. 50th percentile is your goal. If you go much faster than that, you could lose comprehension. If you go much slower than that, you could lose comprehension. So while these percentages, these percentiles you see are what they found in the literature, you really don't want to be going too quickly. You're not going to be able to pay attention to what you're reading. So someone said in there about word callers, and those are, again, those kids, they can read just fine, but the question is, do they understand it? And that's why I asked about the phrasing, is that this is reading individual words versus meaningful units that help them understand. If I look at a phrase, I'll go back to our Jamboard and we'll look at, there was a passage about the dinosaurs. Here we go. And if I read, I'll do his enormous tail balanced the weight of his body versus his enormous tail balanced the weight of his body. Notice where I'm pausing after tail versus instead of his enormous, or if I said his enormous tail balanced, what? The weight of his, where you pause really is connected to your understanding of meaning. And that's where my question for Danny was, how is she using her kid who can read and understand, who can read really well, how is the phrasing going? And when she reads, is it word by word or phrase by phrase? Yes, I love how Lori's brought in that simple view as well. They have to have both that language comprehension as well as the word reading. Exactly. Okay, so let's jump into explicit exploratory instruction. So let me go, when we're going to talk about preparation for reading and structured reading. And that asterisk is that we may or may not get to this today. We will definitely do it next time. And I will provide you with resources in case you can't make it next time, or you want to just get a preview of that. So we'll see what we can be doing. Okay, so phrases to support fluency and comprehension. We've talked a lot about the referential relationships. We haven't talked as much about pronouns. pronouns can be really, really tricky, and particularly if you get too far away from its referent. Who was that she? Who was the he? Which it are we talking about? So some of our students need support there. And the prepositional phrases and clauses, we've done a little bit of referential relationships with those errors. We're talking though about grouping our units into our words into meaningful units, pausing for and adjusting for intonation and punctuation. We aren't talking enough about this either. Is pausing at the commas, stopping at a period, sounding finished. That's another element of that prosody that I'll go back to our prosody one that we had. It was over here. Is how do we sound like a reader when we don't have an upward intonation at the end of the sentence or something like it sounds like it's going to trail off? We sound finished. And so when I was at Chartwell, we would have kids read aloud at the end of a sentence. Okay, sound finished, sound like you're done. It's the end of a sentence, stop. So helping them recognize that the punctuation as well, and adjusting your stress and pitch. There's a lot going into prosody that I feel like we don't talk about enough. It was just like, oh, they can read the words automatically and they can read the words accurately. So prosody just happens, but it's complex, people. All right, let's see what's coming. Oh, one breath at the commas, two breaths at the periods.
It was very dramatic. He was like,
thanks for sharing that, Maggie. I like it. You know, you're right. He does have the right idea. However, okay. All right. So we've talked about these types of phrases a little bit. I probably should have done this one before giving you practicing it. But this is a reminder, and we've got a little bit of a shift there on the text. Sorry about that. So those nouns, who or what, adjectives, they tell about the nouns, verbs are doing what, and then the adverbs telling about the verbs, telling how, where, when, etc. Okay, so I shared those phrases about the dinosaurs. I'm going to stop and pull us back to how would I teach this for my kids? So these are phrases I've pulled, or clauses I've pulled out of the text. So Melissa, this goes back to your question of how do I teach this? So I've pulled these out of the text. We've done some decoding words from the text. Now we're going to do these phrases from the text. And some of these, maybe my kids are going to struggle with reading some of those words individually, so I pull that one. But maybe I'm going to give them some practice with these kinds of phrases. So I'm going to model this. And I'm actually going to give you the steps so you know ahead of time what I'm going to be doing. And then we're going to come back and we're going to I'm going to need 3 volunteers to help me model this. So this is the steps that we will be going through. So just like I was starting to do with those dinosaurs, the first thing I'm going to be doing is read the phrase and I'm going to talk about the meaning. And you'll see that the class, as I'm doing this, this is a class based approach. This is based on Slingerland. I think I've seen it in other books though, so I feel comfortable sharing it. But the class rereads. When I was initially taught this, I was taught that the class repeats. But I want the class looking at the phrase as well, because then they're getting additional practice with this phrase that they're learning. And so the point is to be practicing that so that when they approach that phrase in the text, they won't have problems with it. And they'll read it as a phrase, as a unit. So I'm going to read the phrase. We'll talk at the meaning. The class rereads. Step 2, I'm going to read a phrase, which number 1, we're not going to worry about the class rereads in this group. You can keep your sound off. But step 2, a student's going to come up to the board and I'm going to read the phrase. They're going to find that phrase and then read it. And if they read it correctly, if they found the right one and they read it correctly, then the class will reread it. And this is where if I have a student who's sitting quietly and I'll say, okay, Lee, I noticed you didn't repeat that. Why? And Kylie will say, because, well, Lori didn't read, she skipped a word. Great catch, Kylie. Everyone, we're going to do that again so that we practice and we get that, because I've reread it, someone else has reread it. Now let's get that class feedback. So we're getting a guided practice here in number 2. Number 3, we're stretching it a little bit further. And on thank you, supporting in silence. But the stretch thing here is, instead of reading it for you, I'm going to provide you a clue to look for it. Now that clue doesn't necessarily have to do with anything with the text, but it does have to do with the phrase and what it means so that you can find it. And this is where, as teachers, we need sometimes to practice coming up with good clues. And we recognize that our kids are human. And if we don't find the right clue right away, we can fix that. When if the kid, if you say under the table and the kid chooses a phrase that's not what you were looking for, then you say, you know what? I didn't give you a good clue. Let's try that again. Let me give you another clue. Because the idea is that for them to understand the meaning, or maybe there are two what phrases. But I want the one that could end a sentence. Maybe it has a period at the end. So you help them understand and find the meaning of these phrases. And then the individual students will read with the teacher prompting. I was taught to do like every other one from the top or every other one from the bottom. You're just giving them additional practice with these. In the video that we'll see shortly, you'll see that she supports the students' memories because there's a student particularly who needs to work on his auditory memory. So she says something like the second, the third, and the seventh. And so she has to repeat those directions to build on that auditory memory as well. Okay, so I think, is that the same one? Have improved the lives? Nope, that's another one for you to practice. All right. So I need a volunteer, please. Actually, I'll do phrase the first one first, the step, and then I'll need a volunteer for the second. And let me get a device. I normally, in person, have a stick like this. You could use a yardstick. This one is nice because it has handles. Someone made for me once. But you want to make sure that they are indicating which phrase it is and holding it there so that it's, giving the peers an object. So I'm going to give you just, let's try. Here we go. Okay, can you see my arrow now? Okay, good. All right, this phrase is 4,000 years. And everyone, I would say 4,000 years. This phrase tells us when, maybe how long something stood, like a castle stood for 1,000 years. Or can you think of anything else that might have lasted for 1,000 years? And so we might have a conversation about that. This is actually a clause. This is because they gave me pain. Everyone, because they gave me pain. This is a clause I can tell because as a subject, they and gave it has an action as both of those. But it can't stand alone, can it? Remember, we talked about those dependent clauses, and we can't start a sentence with the word because it's a dependent clause. So because they gave me pain, that tells me why. And there's going to be more to that sentence, isn't there? It could be something, I did something because they gave me pain, or because they gave me pain, I did something, but it's a unit, or it's a clause. The Acts of King Arthur and His Noble Knights. This is the title of a book. I can tell because it has that funny print. We call that italics. So, and notice too that every important word, the first and the last, and every important word in the middle, those are capitalized. That we do that with the names of titles. And so this is the title of a book that we are possibly going to be writing, or there's a reference to. Written or printed. These are forms of verbs. You can write something, you can print something, but if I'm talking about something like a book has been written or printed, or a story was written or printed. So in this case, I'm using these as adjectives, aren't I? It's telling me about those books, or it's telling me about the papers or the stories. The greatest single effort. This might be what it took. This is definitely a what phrase, isn't it? Tells me what is going on. I'm talking about the greatest single effort, or the greatest single effort is what I did. As a child tells me when. Okay, so we've gone through these. Now, can I have a volunteer to unmute? And I'm going to tell you a phrase. You're going to find it and reread it for the class, and everyone else will read it for it.
I could do it if you want.
Thank you. All right. I don't know if you have the ability to use the annotations to find, but that's okay. We can just pretend that you're finding them. I can find it for you and indicate it for you if you like. All right. So was that Danny who's saying you'll do it?
Yeah.
Okay.
We'll do it together. We're taking this class together, me and Kara.
All right. Thank you. You should all put both names on so I can call you both by names. Danny, please find the phrase, the greatest single effort?
And then I say it,
Yep, you find and read.
the greatest single effort.
And we would all reread it for you. 4,000 years.
4,000 years.
Oh, it was that one. The acts of King Arthur and his noble knights.
The acts of King Arthur and his noble knights.
Because they gave me pain.
Because they gave me pain.
As a child.
As a child.
Okay, now I'm going to move on to the next one. So we're going to clear all those off. And Danny, who's your partner next to you? Would you like to do these, or would you like someone else like to?
I can do it.
Okay, did your name begin with a C? I think you had your name on there earlier.
Yeah, Kara.
Kara, okay. All right, Kara, please find the phrase that tells how long it stood. Find and read the phrase.
4,000.
Okay, everyone should be reading 4,000 years to repeat that for you. Please find and read the phrase that tells me about the stories.
Written or printed.
Find the phrase that tells why I stopped taking my pills.
Because they gave me pain.
Find the phrase that tells when I was afraid.
As a child.
Find the phrase that tells me the title of the book.
The acts of King Arthur and his noble knights.
Find the phrase that tells what it took to do the work.
The greatest single effort.
All right, everyone should give Danny and Kara a round of applause for their contributions. Thank you. I'll clear all those off for us. Okay, so that you can see we did really focused on steps 2 and 3. Step 4, I would have you come up. And I normally have scheduled here a practice that we would do where you're going to come up with clues with my support. Would you like to watch the video first and then come back to do this? She gives us a few different prompts than I do, but I agree with Erin. Great work, ladies. Okay, we'll come back to this after we have a little bit of this demonstration. We'll do the practice together, and then there will be an individual opportunity for you to try. So, is there I love how you say is there a book with lists with phrases. So, Erin's used this with 3rd grade. I use this a lot with upper elementary and middle. And you can use this even with 1st grade, depending on the text. We're about to see a middle school example. There are books, I think William Van Cleve has lots of phrases in his book, but this would be, those are phrases that are pulled out and really just for understanding the concept of a phrase. Those phrases that you just saw in both examples are pulled from a book that we're going to be reading. And I found this very valuable that you're just like, how do I do this? You're going to have practice to do that too. We're going to go through how do I pick out which phrases to do and which ones would be useful. This is something that when you're doing a Slingerland training, you spend a lot of time picking out phrases, getting those approved, figuring out a good clue for those phrases. It takes time and practice. But when and what I do is I will leave these up when my kids are reading, which she doesn't, in the next video doesn't demonstrate this well, but I've had kids struggle with one of those words as they're coming to it in text. And I'll say, remember the phrase? Oh yeah. And they've read it as a whole phrase, and then they can read that as a phrase rather than stumble on that one particular word. Okay, so we're going to pause the recording. And I'm going to make sure I'm sharing with sound. I was not. And we're not going to watch the whole thing, but we'll watch a little bit out of each step that she does.
Many plants that grow in our country. That's a what phrase? What is that phrase?
We can't see the video.
It's about plants. It's about plants.
There we go.
That part tells us.
Thank you. Let me go back. Well, she'll do a few of them though. We don't have to worry about those particular. Okay. Let me try that again. You could hear though, right, Erin? Okay.
In our country, that part tells us which plants, but plants is really what this phrase is about. In the same way.
In the same way.
Tells how. Long ago.
Long ago.
That tells when. People coming to live here.
People coming to live here.
That's a who phrase.
So even though it has a verb, that coming to live here, it's really about the people. And so that she's drawing that attention. And notice in the first one, what I kind of skipped a little bit was many plants that grow in our country. It sounds like it would be about the country, because remember, Melissa, we said that they often will end with that noun phrase, but this is about the plants that grow in our country is telling us about those plants. And that's what she had pointed out to.
Fly and float.
Fly and float.
That tells what they do. That's a do what phrase. And there are two things going on here. What two things are going on in this phrase? Give me one, Isa.
One is fly.
One is fly. What's the other thing that's going on in that phrase? Okay.
Float.
Give it.
The seeds are floating.
Well, we don't know that yet. We've kind of looked at the picture, right?
The other word is float.
The other word is float.
Yes.
To other places.
To other places.
Tells where. Always on the go.
Always on the go.
Tells how. Isa. In the same way.
In the same way.
In the same way.
Fly and float.
Fly and float.
Well, you're covering with some of the words. There we go. Read it again.
Fly and float.
Fly and float.
Always on the go.
Always on the go.
Always on the go.
Many plants that grow in our country.
Many plants that grow in our country.
Many plants that grow in our country.
To other places.
To other places.
To other places.
Right?
Now with this student, she's going to start with
Long
the
ago.
same step and move to the next step.
Long ago.
Long ago.
Fly and float.
Fly and float.
Fly and float.
The phrase that tells who. You're right, you had the right phrase. The first word is people.
People coming to live here.
People coming to live here.
How?
Notice too that she did not make him struggle with the word people. She gave it to him because the point is to read the phrase as a unit. Now she's shifted to how.
Fly and float.
That tells what they do. How do they do it? And you can start at the top and work your way down. How do they do it?
In the same way.
In the same way.
And can I tell you something? You did a great job there, because that word in makes you think it tells where. But the way it's used there, it does tell how. Okay. The what phrase. You had it.
Many plants that grow in our country.
Many plants that grow in our country.
When?
Long ago.
Long ago.
Who?
Notice now she's gone to just one word.
People
I didn't do that with my
coming
little
here to live here.
older
One
kids.
more time.
People coming here to live. People coming to live here.
People coming to live here.
Can you read the second, third, and 7th.
Now again,
What do you
building
mean?
up that memory.
I'm gonna read the 2nd, the 3rd, and the 7th.
Yep.
In the same way.
In the same way.
People coming to
That's
live
the
here.
4th. The 2nd, the 3rd, and the 7th. You read that one for us.
Long ago.
Long ago.
This is a great way too to get those phrases you hadn't gotten a lot of practice on.
Always on the go.
Always on the go. Well done.
Okay, so let's give that a little bit of practice with us. So I will be the student, and one of you, or you can take turns, or you can tell me, how might you clue me into reading one of these? And so you can choose anyone, and you can give me a clue, and I will read that phrase for you. Or how would you describe these phrases to your students? Let's do this as a whole group, and then you'll have some small group opportunities to talk with your neighbors. And I'm going to remake the groups, make them a little bit smaller.
I can do one.
All right, Erin, which one would you, I'm going to get my annotation so I can mark off the ones you've done. Oh, here's my annotate. Okay.
Can you tell us which phrase describes when something happened?
When? From 1847 to 1931. And you will find yourself reducing the amounts of words you use. Find the phrase. Someone else, keep us going. Go ahead, Kylie.
Can you show me the phrase that tells us how the person felt?
Was not afraid to try. And I'm looking to you because, I mean, that's a feeling. I love that one. That's a great clue for that. But if it wasn't what you were looking for, then you might have to shift your clue. Go ahead, Stephanie.
Show the phrase that tells me who.
I will find the phrase that tells you who. Thomas A. Edison. Now, if you had wanted me to do this one instead, then you could say that is a who, but there's another one that starts with a number. Could you try that? Or some other, you could do some other one like that. Okay, someone else? You put it into chat if you don't want to unmute. Go ahead, Danny.
Find the phrase that tells where.
In West Orange, New Jersey. The one you wanted? This could also be a where, couldn't it, to the Legion of Honor. So I might say, find this phrase that tells where that has a comma, or that's a proper, a specific place, or this one could be a specific place as well, or that says where I went, or where he, this to me seems more directional than locational. So different ways that you can help with prompt that. But I got the one you wanted, Danny?
Yeah, I mean, you would have to do a lot of context knowledge and background knowledge to even understand what the Legion of Honor is. Because if I said where, I don't think most students would even know that Legion of Honor is a where.
So that's something I would have set up in the beginning, in that step one. I remember this is this phrase tells me where. A Legion of Honor is usually, you think of a hall or a place where you might go. It's the Legion of Honor, like that. So yeah, that's a tricky one that I would now spend more time in that first setup step. We have a couple others if someone wants to try another one. Go ahead, Rose.
Tell me the phrase, what?
One of the greatest inventors.
Tell me the phrase, what they did.
Okay.
A
What
preposition, predicate, yeah.
Have improved the lives.
Yes.
So that's a tricky one because have improved, that's what they did. Yes, I would use the past tense on that. That is a tricky one. Couple others. We've kind of talked about these bottom two. For this one, I would do a phrase that has a large number in it, or two prepositional phrases. Kylie, did you want to have a contribute?
I was going to ask about phrasing of millions of people. If I said, show me the phrase of who the subject affected, that makes sense.
Or who it's about.
Who it's about, yeah.
I would focus probably on the millions on that, because that's going to be the hard word. That double L making the y sound, the L-I making yeah, millions. So I would mention it's got very, I mean, the phrase that has a really large number in it.
Okay.
Where and these don't have to do with the context. So when someone said you have to know about the context, like with Legion of Honor, that was Danny, that you don't have to know the context of the story, but you have to get an idea of, is this a place or is this a thing? And
right.
When I say to the, has to do with direction, doesn't it? So the phrase that tells the direction I might be going, or one of the greatest inventors, a phrase that it tells me that someone is amazing. So you can use synonyms, you can use context, you can use talking about whatever you can to help them see the meaning of this phrase, and helping them see them when I see it in context, I'll be able to use my knowledge of what that phrase means to see it in context and help them understand its role within the larger sentence.
Thank you.
Thank you. You all did a fantastic job. Everyone should give them applause. And I'm going to give you some time to practice these. Like I said, I'm going to make smaller groups, because in this practice, you're going to, I have two practices. What, is this the same thing? Oh, no, but two different things. Okay. So I do have two different practices I put on. Like I said, it's been a while. So this one, let me see which one this is. If this is the dinosaur passage. No, this is the chunked text. Okay. We have a few different things here. Number one, we have a dinosaur passage in, and you can, oops, I'm sorry about that. You can choose from your Jamboard. Choose some phrases that you would teach. You can pick maybe 3 to 5 phrases that you think it would be, and you can, or you can underline and say, here's a who phrase, find a where phrase, find a when phrase. I challenge you to find at least 3, a who, a where, a when. And you can talk about any one of those. I give another one that I'm going to put in the chat box. I just found for you the chunky one. I'm going to put that into the chat box for you. And that's the first one that I just came up here. And this one is, again, they've already phrased it for you. See if they're on the second page. If you scroll down to the bottom, you can find one that hasn't been phrased. And again, see if you can find a who or a where or a what, a why. Find some different phrases. You can underline them, talk about them. And then I have one more, and this is, no, we're not going to do more. We don't want to complicate things. 2's plenty. So we'll either do Harry's hiccups, or we'll do the Tyrannosaurus Rex. You can see different levels. So Tyrannosaurus Rex is a little bit younger of a stage. Like I said, I'm going to make your breakout rooms a little smaller.
Let's see. What is one that we talked about? He reminded his mom. So he's reminding, so he's doing something. It's a what, but is it a who also?
I think that because in this activity, so later when we're reading in context, I would just tell them read the next 4 words. But if I were to pull this out for supporting my kids in a pre-reading, I would do reminded his mom. Because then I know that they're going to work with the word reminded. That's going to be the tricky word, and it's an action. That's what he did. So, yeah, that one would be a did what? What did he do? He reminded his mom. Oh, this is the same cereal he ate every day. Well, that's a great long one, isn't it? The same cereal he ate every day. That's a great phrase. I mean, it's two phrases, really. It's a phrase and a clause, the same cereal plus that he ate every day, but I would teach that as a unit. The same cereal he ate every day. It's a what phrase? Go ahead, Melissa.
I guess I'm struggling to understand how flexible this question asking is, because sometimes we're drawing their attention to grammatical ideas, right? What role does this phrase play? Sometimes we're pointing out things like articulation or you know, something that's difficult to decode. Sometimes we're pointing out a meaning, like there isn't really a script for this. So is there a, like, I don't want to use the word opaque, but like, are there some questions that are better for certain purposes than others? I don't want to make the questions too difficult, but I also don't want to make them too easy depending on why we're asking.
And that is where the art of teaching comes in, and what you know about your kids. Remember earlier I'd say with my youngest kids, I'm going to use a lot more words, and I'm going to say, where could the ball be? Or I'm going to say, I'm definitely going to use the where. With my older kids, they've done this a bit more. I can reduce it to who or where, and maybe even a noun phrase or a verb phrase. So it depends on the age of my kids, what they need, but the whole point is, how do I get them to read that with as little direction from me as possible? So I want them to find the phrase. That's the key point, but I also want them to think about what it means. And so I'll do whatever I can to get them lots of practice with that phrase, but also thinking about meaning. And it's funny when you said that the grammar piece, because one of my mentors who learned from Beth Slingerland, Beth said to her one day, when do you teach grammar? And Myrna said, after lunch. And what she meant is, it's through this process. It's through paying attention to these phrases. That's when we teach grammar, is through our understanding of how these units work together to cause meaning. So, Melissa, unfortunately, there isn't a cut and dry, but it is with your younger kids, you probably want a lot more support, and you can pull that back, that support. Your younger kids and newer kids at this activity, they're going to need more support, but you pull it back as you can. And that's the case with all the things that we do, is that as they can be more independent, I pull back my support. I call that descaffolding. It's pulling back as they can do it more on their own. So and I'm going to find harder things with these phrases here than I would with when the Tyrannosaurus Rex. I should clear all that off and do on that instead. That this one, for example, when we have these phrases here, they're pretty simple versus the ones, if we're going to do Harry's hiccups, it's going to be a little more complex. So it depends on the students. I'm sorry that there's no cut and dry, but you're right. It depends on what you know and what the students know and what they're ready to do. And you'll know you've gone too far if they don't respond to your instruction. Then you pull back and you said, let me try a clearer phrase or a clearer prompt. The whole point is try and get them to practice those phrases.
So looking back at that wheel of structured literacy and the different parts of language, is that a way to look through the lens with these questions? Like, you're going to have some that talk about this and some that are in this category. Like, it just seems like an ocean of overwhelming possibilities. I need a boundary somehow.
Yeah. Well, that's where, like I said, I started with what kinds of phrases. Let's start with a who, a what, a where. Start simple, and then we can build up. Because there are lots of other options. You're right. I mean, for example, with this one, I might do a conversation with his friends, because I know conversation is going to be a tricky word, but that's also a what phrase. And
so right there, you're pointing out a word that he might have trouble decoding. So your purpose is a decoding skill development.
On that one. If I know that, let's see. And that's definitely one of the pieces that we do, is decoding practice within that. But at the same time, I can use the grammatical. So for example, I'll go back to the same cereal he ate every day. That is not a hard, this stuff isn't really hard grammatically, but I want them to see those connections. Does that make sense? Deborah, you had your hand up. Sorry.
I think I was kind of thinking the same question in my mind that she was asking, like, what is the framework that we're looking at this with when we're trying to determine what to pull out? Because I think in our group, I was looking at it more from like what would be challenging for them to read? What would they maybe get hung up on? What would be hard? Versus other members were thinking more specifically, like exactly what you were talking about, like, well, how do we find the who in this, or how do we find the what, and trying to get to a sentence in that passage that would answer that question, or is it covering all the different aspects of the story? So I think the same kind of question.
Yep, and covering all the aspects is more than you need. I mean, this is just a quick one. I mean, so the answer is unfortunately yes to when you said that, or because Melissa, the close reading is what we're going to get to next. This is preparation for reading, because right now we are with our kids. So we're pulling these phrases out so that we can do this first. When we get them practicing with these. And I would love to hear Aaron's talk about academic language about that as well. So we're practicing these phrases because, Deborah, perhaps I know that Tyrannosaurus is going to be a tricky one, and I want them to practice that before we get into reading it in the text. I want them to practice some of these. The chants might be kind of weird for them. I want them to practice reading that in a phrase. Now, when I say the who, what, where, when is, I'm going to start with, Deborah, what you said, some weird and hard words. But if I pull every weird and hard word that has a what phrase, that's going to be hard to do this activity. So maybe I'll pull one that has a what phrase, and I'll look for others that answer different kinds of questions so that I can do this activity. And I want to make sure they're different enough so that my clues can help them get to the right one. In which case, maybe next day, so if I can say there are a lot of other ones, the next day I'll do some of those different other ones. So I can have different phrases from the same passage. But when I start reading, I shouldn't have to, because when I start reading them, they're embedded there. And then the next day I can do new phrases from a new passage, just as a prep for reading type activity. Shouldn't take very long. And then we'll get to that passage. And Melissa, with the close reading, what we will do next is the close piece for a paragraph or two. Again, if we have time today, we can see a video of that as well, where I would have the kids read the first phrase that tells me who. Now the next word, then we say a next phrase tells us what. And tell me, so if it's a Tyrannosaurus Rex was what? The biggest meat eater ever. Tell me more about him. To walk on earth. So you're building up phrase by phrase. That would be the close reading piece. This prep piece is just getting ready for that and helping them identify those grammatical pieces. Does that make helps? Does that make sense and help? Erin, do you want to talk about how you've used this to target key academic vocabulary?
Yeah, it was a skill that we use specifically when working with multilingual learners. So this would actually be something we did over 2 days. We would do the phrases first as like the processes that you showed today. And then we would go back to it the next day, but the phrases that we would pull out would maybe have key terms that the students need to work on. So for example, we did one on the Revolutionary War. They were about to start a whole unit on that, and there was a passage that they had to read. And so we almost pre-taught the academic vocabulary by picking phrases from the text that had those key words in it. So they built the background knowledge. So when they went into the actual classroom, they understood what those words meant, but also building the fluency at the same time.
Mm-hmm, mm-hmm. Thank you, Erin. Anything else in your conversation? Any that you came up with a clue and you weren't sure? I mean, you came up with a phrase, but you weren't sure how to give it a clue for that. And one group, I mean, going back to this one, because one group said they did Harry's hiccups versus the other one. And the reason why I said go down to the bottom is because I haven't really analyzed whether or not these are good phrases on this one, because somebody else made these phrases. I will say that with some of them, I find it interesting when I look at, for example, look at this came in. There's a phrasal verb that can be tricky. And I might pause here. His mom came in and woke him up. Oh, there's another phrasal verb, to wake up. At 7 o'clock tells me when. He was on the bus. There's a kernel phrase, when they began. That tells us when. That one's a pretty easy one. And with his friends, I might not include the when. So I would do when out of nowhere. This is a little bit more complex, isn't it? Interesting. They do I would do what started out as a typical day. How long can again, depending on the length of your kids, what started out as a typical day. Now read that with a little, what started out as a typical day would soon turn into what? One of the most unusual days Harry ever had. That's very complex when you look at the structure. That's not how we talk, is it? It would soon turn into, what would soon turn into one of the most unusual days? The day that started out as a typical day. That one's going to take some conversation. It's much more complex than our dinosaur one, isn't it? I'll go back to this one. And so you can see he attacked his prey. That's what he did. How? With the sharp claws. Which tell me about those claws. That where? On his back feet. So they're telling where. So this is just a pre-reading activity to help our kids pay attention to these phrases. We have 5 minutes before our afternoon break. Just going to do one more activity and then we'll get into the more writing. This activity is a whole group one that we're going to be doing. And this is looking at syntax in writing. And because, again, as I said, we're going to teach reading through writing, we're going to do this is a quick little activity. We probably will have only time for this first part, and then we'll expand these sentences when we get back from break. So for this first part, you need a piece of paper, and I need you to divide it into 2 different columns. The first column you can label animals, and then the second column will be actions. Because we're going to do 2 30-second brainstorms. I'm going to get my phone out. This is where I thought earlier, I said, oh, let's get out our timer. I'm going to set it for 30 seconds. And the first 30 seconds, you're going to write down as many animals as you can think of in 30 seconds. While you're also, okay, at this point, hopefully everyone has your pen and paper. No one's stopping me. All right, don't have started. Go. Oh my goodness, stop. Somehow that can be 30 minutes, not 30 seconds. Let me fix that. Clear that to make that 0. Let's move over to the animals. Hopefully you got good enough 30 seconds with the animals. We're going to now move to the actions. We'll try that again. And ready for your actions, go. And finish that word. And stop. And if you didn't feel like you got a full 30 seconds with the animals, you can add 1 or 2. This is a 2-minute writing warm-up. There's so much power in writing at least 5 minutes a day. We're going to take 2 of them for this. Now we're going to do something that's a 40-second sentence length. So I'm changing that to 45 seconds. You're going to take an animal from your first column and an action from your second column and make these little mini sentences. All you need, if you need to add in some prepositions or articles or anything like that, feel free, but all we really need are those, your noun and your verb. Remember, your green and your red. So ready? Let's see how many you can come up with in 45 seconds. Go. you should be wrapping up your last sentence. And stop. Okay, let's dismiss that. All right. We're almost at our time for our break. This was a 2-minute warm-up that we did. And I want you to just think about during your break, what are the advantages? What did we just do? Because there's a lot of research on the benefits of brainstorming. And then when we come back, we're going to expand your sentences and we'll talk about bringing back those phrases and clauses to help make our sentences richer. And we can see those connections between our phrases and clauses and our simple sentences. So it is 1:45 now, so I'm going to change this to, we have our break from 1:45 to 2 o'clock return. And we will take a 15-minute break for you to take care of your needs in any way you need to. Emails, whatever, stand and stretch by your break, get yourself something to drink. We will see you back in 15 minutes.
Getting started and giving them like some simple ideas, simple activities for them to do to get them engaged and get them started is really helpful.
Thank you for that. I need to figure out how to start viewing the people who aren't have their videos on so I can see who that was. Because there we go. Thank you, Amy. I just wanted to say thank you, Amy. So if you don't want to keep your video on, that's fine. So it's funny because you say that because one of my colleagues uses Diana Hanbury King's writing a lot in work. And Diana was William Van Cleve's mentor. And she had some very simple books on writing. And it has a lot of listing and brainstorming. List all the things you can think of that are green. List all things you can think of that have to do with cars or travel or whatever. And that listing is such a crucial piece in that writing process. And her colleagues, a friend of mine who is at, she was at an elementary school in Portland. Her colleagues who weren't trained in this stuff said, what are you doing? Why are you wasting this time with this listing first? Until they saw its benefit and its effects on the students' writing. And they said, okay, we're with you. So the brainstorming is a really important, I mean, even further, longer, but notice how we took 2 minutes and we got a lot of writing. I mean, who thinks they have the most sentences? See if we have, how many sentences were you able to come up with? 4, that's great. At least, so we've gotten 4 sentences, lots of words. We don't have to make it a competition, but I'm sure you've got a lot of good writing down. So now what I want you to do is you're going to take that, we're going to expand it a little bit. I want you to take one of your sentences and we're going to take, whoops, I thought I fixed that. This is going to be later. That animation should have been later. My apologies. We're going to be scaffolding language expansion. Scaffolding language, the expansion of it at the sentence level through sentence expansion. Thank you. Oh, the pictures freeze. Let me try it again. We'll do a new share just to make sure everybody can see. Well, yeah, I always say technology is great until it's not. Okay. Hopefully that worked for everyone. All right, so we have our noun and our verb. I'm going to use an example of my dog herds. Notice I added an adjective because it helped you better than dogs herd. I'm choosing one specifically, my dog herds. So now I want us to start thinking about the noun, expanding that namer and noun. So what kind of dog? How many dogs? Which dog? So let's expand that a bit. So in this case, my shaggy dog with the brown and white coat herds. Notice how we have a phrase with the brown and white coat is talking about the dog. Shaggy is talking about the dog. Notice how the individual adjective coming before it, the adjectival phrase coming after it, but these are ways I've expanded my subject, dog. My dog herds becomes my shaggy dog with brown and white coat herds. All right, so now we're going to ask questions about the action or the verb. Where does that dog herd? How does he herd? When does he herd? So I'm expanding it to my shaggy dog with the brown and white coat herds inside the fence with the back and forth motion every afternoon. So let's see if somebody else would like to share. I'm going to give you a moment to expand your noun and your verb. You don't have to choose 3 different ways if you'd like. And just, and we'd love to hear from one of you in one of your sentences. For example, the snake slithers. What kind of snake? Tell me about the snake. So the sleek 10-foot long snake that got loose from its cage slithers up the side of the building. I'm just kind of making something. I'll stop talking, let you come up with your sentence. What kind, how many, which one for the nouns, where, when, how for the verbs. Someone sent one just to me. And then Kylie, you can read yours if you like. The lean, muscular, agile cheetah stalks his prey. So Laura, you've added a lot of things describing the noun. Now tell us about the action. How does he stalk? When does he stalk? Where does he stalk? Go ahead, Kylie.
I said my gray short-haired dog was lying down on his bed, snoring very loudly at night.
So you said what he was doing and very loudly how he was doing it, where he was. Oh, you didn't say where, you said when. Oh, wait, did you say on his bed?
Yeah, on his bed. Yep.
You got the where, when, how, all of them. We've got some fun ones coming into the chat. The adorable black and white dog howls and barks at nothing. Silently stalks. The large dog loudly barks 5 times at the cat in the living room. Every day, I wonder. The birds were chirping loudly in the tree while I was reading my book on the deck. I would say, which birds? Can you tell me more about those birds? So see how you can get those kids to expand more. Were they boisterous birds? Were they energetic birds? Were they beautiful birds? I don't know why I'm alliterating today. The Angora cat licks her paw and washes her face every morning while basking in the sunlight. The wet pig rolled in the slimy mud early. We've got lots of great adjectives. So you can see how we can get our kids to expand things. Let's add in some more. So helping them see those roles that those play. This is the scaffolded sentence expansion. Notice we started, this came from Nancy Hennessy's book, which was, yes, I think I have it right here. Yep, the Reading Comprehension Blueprint, another favorite. And she talks about expanding sentences. What we can also is constructing and deconstructing. So when we have a complex sentence, like the little girl ate ice cream at the table after school, who is it? What is she doing? And so what did she eat? So there's another what, where, when. And so you can help start it with like the little girl ate what, she, and where, and when. So you can see just building those off. And so how you could expand your sentences. The baby otter swam playfully in the river. Oh, I'll have to show you some otter pictures, Erin. So when we're teaching it, we need to make sure that we are helping them express themselves in longer and more complex and difficult sentence stems, and to build their awareness of those incomplete sentences, those goals that we had seen from Louisa Moats earlier on. So helping them say, what kinds of sentences are we talking about? The sentence really, like I said, is the kernel. And I actually made, I don't think it's here in this pile, a handout for my kids where I had a period, 2 periods, one with declarative and imperative. It makes a statement or it gives a command, a question mark for the interrogative, and an exclamation point for the exclamatory, so that they can understand the different ways that sentences can be used. But then what makes it, you can see it's the exclamation. This kind of takes us back to punctuation. That helps us see what those are doing, but it's also the order. Notice how those interrogative, those questions start with the verbs, as do the imperatives. It's a direction. I have that implied subject there. Whereas the declarative and the exclamatory are more your simple, your structure of some subject verb. Then we get into types of sentences. This is where we can get complex for our older kids. Our younger kids, We're just going to be looking at mostly simple sentences. But notice how even we had in those sentences you gave us, most of those, I see a lot of simple simple ones with more than one subject or verb though. The Angora cat licks her paw and washes her face. So we've got one person doing, or one thing in case the cat doing two things. Let me get my annotation thing here. We'll see if the mothers that have more than one subject or verb. Let's see in your examples. We have a while I was, so we have a compound there. So Cindy put in, the birds were chirping loudly in the tree. There's an independent clause. While I was reading my book on the deck, there's another independent clause, but that one's actually dependent because of the while. So that one's the complex that I have on the next sentence, not a compound. Let's go to our complex. Here we go. So hers, while, is starting, she started off with the birds were chirping loudly in the tree, just like this first one, while I was reading my book on the deck. So she's given us an example of an independent clause and a dependent clause. So an independent and dependent like this one. Versus if she had said, while I was reading my book on the deck, she's going to need a comma, the birds were chirping loudly. So she's given us an example of that. Let's see what else we have in there. The adorable black and white dog howls and barks. We see a lot of other simple sentences in there. I'm just looking at what you've already added into there to give us different kinds of sentences, because it can be really complex, can't it? So I'm going to go back to these and I'm going to give you a handout that goes into this. Particularly page 21 has some activities, and I'm going to check and make sure this handout works for everyone too. This is again from William Van Cleve. He was brilliant. I miss him. He was amazing. So let's put it here and check this. We're crossing our fingers. It looks like it's working. So down on page 21 are some activities that you could be doing with this. We're going to scroll down 20, whoops, too far. This is a big handout. 23. But you can see, look at these foundational sentence frames. Who it is doing or did, to whom or where. So some sentence frames you can help with your students build on their skills. We're going to go back up here to, so class bell ringers and starters. Sentence developing activities. Let's match the parts, join sentence parts to make sentences. Let's look at sorting, which we've already done. Let's unscramble sentence chunks to make logical sentences. Let's imitate a similar structure and let's combine, let's expand, look, there's so much we could do to be helping them build at the sentence level. So I wanted to give you this resource for some sentence developing activities, because this is really the kernel. Get kids writing. You've got to get kids writing good, complete sentences before they can be writing paragraphs or essays and all that. And frankly, I will say I worked with graduate students who sometimes struggle with a complete sentence because sometimes their independent clauses, their dependent clauses would be so long that they would forget to put an independent clause on there as well. So I wanted you to think about some activities that you could help with that. And when I'm combining your two independent clauses, so if you remember, we didn't go all the way through this. The compound, look, I can have, for example, I like chocolate. It tastes good. I could have that two separate sentences, or I could combine them. I like chocolate and I like to eat it every day. Notice I've used that and, that's with the correlating conjunction right there in that first bullet. Is that independent clause, correlating conjunction, independent clause, or I could use that semicolon. Now, for those of you who are saying, wait a minute, what are you talking about by correlating conjunctions? Let me get to them. Those would be here. We call them fanboys. Erin looks like she remembers her fanboys. Who else? What do they all stand for? I already gave you one of them, and Stephanie's saying, yes, I know this too. I can see that smile. These are the coordinating conjunctions with which you can combine two independent clauses. I like chocolate. I eat it every day. I can stick them together with an and or an or. So, whoops, nor. I gotta give you 4. Actually, Rose, because is considered a subordinating, not a coordinating. Subordinating meaning when I said because I did this, this happens. It can't stand alone. But there you go. Therefore is subordinating as well. If I have a list, did I share a list of subordinating earlier? I think I did. I'll go back to that real quickly after we finish this. Yes, yet. There we go. For, and, nor, but, or, yet, so are fanboys. So if you want to take a screenshot, these are the ones that can be coordinating. In other words, they join them together. We don't often use for anymore. Like, I went to bed for I was tired. Yeah, it's kind of old fashioned. We don't really use for much anymore as a coordinating conjunction, but we used to. The other ones are a bit more common. But what gets confusing and hard is it's just like Lori Ann, you had said these literary devices. How often do you see people start a sentence with so? We do it. Should we? No, but oh well. Notice how it's more of everyone says, oh, don't start a sentence with and or but so is okay. So is language change. It really, language changes all the time. And that's, again, the difference. Both of those could stand alone, but they can't because of that. It's joining it with a comma and a conjunction. I also find that a lot of people will forget the comma and then it becomes a run-on sentence. So you definitely want to have that comma there so it's not run-on. Again, this is that more making sure that they can understand and write in a way that would be okay on a cover letter or an article that they write. It depends on the formality necessary. All right, we talked about these a little bit. Oh, there are some dependent clauses begin with subordinating conjunctions. There was that before, provided that, whenever, because, unless, until, while. Those are our subordinating conjunctions. And some examples there. The race was called off. Why? Because it was raining. Because it was raining, the race was called off. So you can have those, helping our students. Oh, I guess I hadn't given you that list. My apologies. Here it is. And so you can see because, before, even though, than, though, some of those, I wouldn't start with than, but I can say that the race was called off. Than is, I think that's an older fashioned one. I wouldn't use those anymore. See, if language changes. And that's one thing we need to help our kids recognize. But if I were available, I would go. Notice I'm starting with the if. So a lot of these are also prepositions. It depends on how it's used. I have to think of an example with if being used as a preposition instead of a subordinating conjunction. We have some abbreviated ones. If so, then yes. But very often, if is more often, I think, going to be a subordinating conjunction than it is a preposition. And we have to think about clarity. I think people use as often to mean at the same time, as well as they mean causal, like because. So that's where we can help our kids be clear in these. What do you mean by as? As I was sleeping or as I said? So we have to be clear with that. Okay, we're going to do a little more on some sentence writing strategies and sentence combining, and then I'm going to give you some practice time. Okay. So one strategy, this is actually 2 different strategies from University of Kansas, as again, structuring it for success, is to look at that. What you see is on the left is pens. So when it says pick a formula, that formula is like a simple subject verb, or if you want something more complex, and then let's explore what is it you want to say and how do you want to say it. So that's a note the words. We want to then check and make sure we've got subjects and verbs, and we're checking our capitalization or letter punctuation, and does it make sense? The cops I've used a lot more often than the pens, and cops I used when I was at Chartwell, And just check your capitalization, your overall appearance and readability, your punctuation, your spelling. And this is going back to the editing stage, not in the muse stage. The muse is your ideas and getting all that out. I attended a great training recently called Wired for Reading, and they stress the difference between a muse stage and the editing stage. And I really appreciate that. This is in the editing stage. The muse stage is getting your ideas out, because our kids need that too, don't they? Okay. These are some examples of things that we could do, and you saw some of these on the William Van Cleve list. Let's play with scramble sentences, give them lists of subjects, let them finish it. Give them lists of predicates, let them finish those. Let's generate questions from statements or vice versa. Combining sentences, we're going to do some examples on that in the next slide. Let's give them a subordinate clause. And some of this with our younger learners, we have a lot of K1, 2 in here. Let's do this orally. Through Chartwell, we used to do a question of the day. So you're going to come up and everyone's going to get an opportunity to answer orally. You noticed in the video that she had them answer her sentence and her question in a complete sentence. And so her oral, she might say, all right, I want you to tell me what your favorite food is, Stephanie. This is at my house all the time, the question I get from my daughter. Then I would like you to, next time, I want you to answer and tell me what your favorite food is, but I want you to use the word although. And so I'm going to build their oral language strategies before I bring it into writing. But then I'm going to start with expanding it with a WH. Who, where, when? Those are those questions. I can remember we talked about joining in independent clauses with a coordinating conjunction. Let's circle or underline the sentence. There's so much we could do with focusing on sentences, and we need to. And I want you to think about your ideas as well. I think I have a copy of this in the Jamboard for you for your discussion point. I will check that in a moment as we're doing an exercise together on sentence combining. So I'm just going to give us a moment to look at these. And I want you to think about how would you combine, to pick one, 2, 3, or 4, combine all of those within that number into one sentence. This is a skill that is so crucial because it helps kids see the complexity of understand and break down complex sentences. At the same time, very often in special education, we assess whether or not kids can do this. Question is, do we teach them? That's where we need to help, is to make sure our kids learn how to do this as well. So I'm going to give you a moment to let you try it. And then we'll talk about how would you teach kids to do this. I do have those in the chat box. I mean, the Jamboard. All right, looks like something's coming up. All right, Cindy is done. Number 2. I surreptitiously tore the wrappers off the gourmet candy and gobbled them up. For fear, oh, there's an example of using for fear my children would catch me eating their candy. Awesome. Love the word use of the for there. See if someone can, I know it's at the end, almost at the end of a long day together. The stone castle on the hill was surrounded by a moat and was therefore, I like that, impenetrable, that's a hard word to say, impenetrable to the uninvited. Could also say that the stone castle surrounded by a moat, the stone castle on a hill surrounded by a moat was impenetrable. In fact, I think that's what Stephanie has put in. 7 dwarfs sang and danced with abandon around the hut. So you can see where this, some of them are more simple and some are more complex. what would you do to help your kids get there? Who wants to share your process on how you would do that? No one's done number 7 yet. So let's do 7 together. So I see it's all about he, and how does he run? Slowly and steadily. He's wiping sweat off his brow. It's salty, and he's doing it with a weary gesture. Right. I might use the word as in that, wouldn't you? As he runs slowly and steadily, he wipes the salty sweat off his brow with a weary gesture. So notice I'm looking through and choosing all I'm seeing who this is about, as you all did with the dwarves or the castle, or the I in number 2. Okay, what's your subject? Who is this about? Now let's look at the actions. How many actions do we have? Now, are there pieces that tell about the who? Are there pieces that tell about the action? Aaron's got, as he ran slow and steady, he wearily wiped the salty sweat off his brow. So she's making some adjustments that still get to the same meaning. With a weary gesture, Cindy adds, he wipes the salty sweat off his brow as he runs slowly and steadily. So notice we all have a little bit of a difference, and that's okay. The point is that we've got all the meaning in there. And that's the point that we're trying to help our kids do, is make these combinations. Okay. I'm not going to get into the agreement and ambiguity yet. I'm going to give you guys some practice time. So we're going to give you a bit more time on this one to practice. So I'm going to have some websites to explore, and you generate each type of sentence and have a discussion. So I'm putting some links into the chat box, and I'm going to also test all those, make sure they work. These are some handouts from William Van Cleve. I also have in our original structured literacy handouts, we're going to jump down to our syntax and phrases section. And I'll have to add on the chunky monkey one. Oh, there's another one for you to look at. But here's that sortagories that is so much fun. I definitely encourage you to try those out. So you can't access any of those links, Rose? Not that one. Well, that's annoying. Let's try this one, the bottom one. Okay, the bottom one works. That's the one. This isn't the one I gave you already, is it? Good, maybe. Okay, the first one doesn't work. The second one, let me try the second one, the middle one. Like I said, they always change things on you. Okay, the second one is the sentence, the one that we already did. Yes, so the second and the third one work. The first one, I will look and see if I can find a new one for you as you're working. Okay, so but let me put that sortagories in, because that one is just too fun for people not to explore and try. But I want you to have some exploration time where you just kind of play around with things and share and talk about what you're finding. So let me grab that link, because it's a really new resource. And then when we come back, we're going to talk about putting these together, and I'm going to share with you some new AI tools. And actually, Lori, I know you need to leave. So if you want to stay, let me see what room you were in, and I can share with you some of those new AI tools that I haven't put in here yet, that are great for building fluency passages. So let me pause the recording.
Later in the day, she cut up some carrots to put in the pot of stew.
Okay, so which pot?
The pot of stew.
Okay. Now, Lorianne, I've got a phrasal verb here, don't I, with that put in. Okay, so you're going to go ahead and read that sentence, but I want you to think about that in, because she's not putting something in peas, and tomatoes, is she? So go ahead and read the sentence, and then we're going to talk about where did she put those things. Go ahead.
Wait, the later in the day sentence, or she put in being sentence?
Sorry, the one with she.
Oh, she put in beans, peas, and tomatoes.
Where did she put those?
The pot on the stove.
Okay, so notice we have an ambiguous in here.
Mhm.
This is the piece where things can get really ambiguous. And then we've got, then she added some salt and pepper. So this looks fairly small, short and easy, but it's not. It's very, very ambiguous. And that's going to lead us to some ambiguity that I want us to take us to, which can be very, very difficult for some of our kids. Take a look at these sentences. Where's the ambiguity? These examples come from Louisa Moats. Let's look at the first one. Is the teacher with the eraser, or did she wipe with the eraser? And how do we can't wipe something, the memory, but isn't that an interesting placement of the eraser? The vital organ donor lost her heart. So does the candidate have no qualifications, or do I enthusiastically, does my recommendation have no qualifications? This is again where we have to be careful. 250,000 people live on water. Does that mean they actually live on the water, or they live because they drink water? And these are areas where if your kids write sentences like that, we say, okay, let's step this back a bit and see, what do you really mean? How can we be clear? Because we painted the wall that has cracks versus we painted the wall with cracks, we're creating cracks in them. So how we get that ambiguity there. Another piece is agreement. Okay, this is where our kids may need some help as well. I've worked with college students who needed help as well. Look at this, nouns and verbs. So we have that, and these came from that grammar book I mentioned. A coven of baby witches and warlocks has been moving in next door. So we'll notice I'm using has instead of have, even though witches and warlocks is plural, but it's because my subject is a coven. So this is where we need to make sure that we're making those align. We've talked a lot about pronouns and their references. Those can be really confusing, but especially now that we're using the word there for both feminine and masculine. So it becomes a little bit more confusing as who is it they were talking about. And then, of course, we have to be careful where we place these phrases and clauses. Look at this example. Individuals are misdiagnosed commonly and even entirely missed with dyslexia. That would be better near individuals, wouldn't it? Individuals with dyslexia are misdiagnosed commonly and even entirely missed. So just thinking about how do we help make sure things get moved and rearranged to where they're clear. Okay. Let me get into a sample of order of instruction. And we do have time. This group went a little more quickly than my last one, so we're going to go into a video that I do have in here on that oral reading and structured reading. So I'm going to get to that in a moment. First, I'm going to give on some order of instruction. How do we help make sure that we're getting our kids what they need in an order that makes sense? So just like some verbs with our animals, we're starting with building on that simple sentence with our nouns and verbs, and then we build onto compound predicates and others. And so we add on more than one subject, more than one predicate, expanding those. We add on those other parts of speech so that we're starting simply and adding building to more complex for our kids. When we're doing our reading and writing, this is from the Slingerland example. We do our cards. You heard me mentioning before we had our preparation for reading, which was our phrasing. We do individual words, and then we do the structured reading like I gave that example, and I'll show you a video of that in a moment, because our goal is independent reading. And we do the same thing with the writing, where we do individual words, we build up to phrases, and we build up to independent writing. So I'm going to jump us to the video for us to have a little example of what I gave you, and then we're going to give you an opportunity to practice that as our last thing today. Whoops, no, this is what I wanted. Okay, so I'm going to skip it around a little bit because I want you to have a little bit of a taste of different parts and different kids and what you, in this illustration of the structured reading like you did with your the stew one that I just gave you. So let me pause the recording. And let's hear from some people on how did that feel? What were some of the challenges you felt? What were some advantages you see? And how can we help our students when they're reading so that they are structuring it and reading in phrases rather than individual words?
We did Sam's stew,
Mhm.
and most of it, I thought, we were able to identify, but we kind of got the tricky part was the quotations.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's a really good point, especially when you think something smells good.
Yeah.
I would probably just have them read read those three sounding excited. Read those three words sounding excited. Because it's so short. And oftentimes when things are that short, I might and talk about it, that what do you think that something might be? That's something is obviously the stew. And then read the question, what's cooking? So I would break it apart in those two different parts that way. I'd be curious whether somebody else had a different thought. Stephanie or Rose, is about this too? Do you want to answer? Go ahead.
Well, for me, it was when I love beef stew, what made sense, but then you have said Jim, where the verb and the noun are switched around. But then what about I can't wait to eat? Is to eat describing can't wait, or is it saying, is it, yeah, like, I don't know. There's a little bit of a,
well, we
for
can't
me,
wait for something. What can't he wait for? He can't wait to eat. And so that's actually, oh goodness, it's a long time since I've used these terms. Participle. If I remember correctly, it's been, like I said, it's been a long time. So we've used these terms with my kids. I would say, he can't wait for something, right? What can't he wait for? He can't wait to eat. That's something he can't wait for. So it's being used as a noun because it's the object of what he can't wait for. He can't wait for something. I can't wait for to eat sounds awkward. I can't wait to eat. And so it's more natural speech. It's awkward in writing to understand grammatically, but it's easy for our kids to say, like, I can't wait to eat. That's something you might say. And so that I would, and with the said Jim, I would say, I love beef stew. Now, said Jim is something we put in writing to help us understand who said that, remember? And then we can have, what else did he say? I can't wait to eat. So
I was
Go
gonna
ahead.
say, we were kind of also, suggesting that the beef stew is also a noun. Like, what does he love? He loves beef stew. What can he wait to do? He can't wait to eat it.
Right. To eat what? Beef stew. So you're right there. This is a great illustration of how many things that we leave unsaid in writing, don't we? Yeah, thank you. Stephanie, go ahead.
Well, kind of combining those things, we were talking about that same phrase, I love beef stew. And we were talking about how this whole assignment might look different if you were doing it with, like, say, my 7-year-old versus the kiddos from that example video, where, you might be able to get a full phrase from these older kids, but it might be, you might need to break it down a lot more for my 7-year-old who's just learning how to read.
And since you brought up the 7-year-old, I usually bring this up in the next session, but I'll bring it up now. And I'll bring it back then too, is the books that we use can either be really supportive or not supportive when it comes to those phrases. So for example, let me see this here. This is a great one of, and as you mentioned, your 7-year-old, look at this phrasing. Can you see the text there? Notice how each phrase is its own separate line, with the hook on the string and the string on the stick and the cake in the box in his hand. George went back to the lake. Each phrase is so supportive for our readers. Not all our books do that. I mean, I've got lots of examples where it doesn't, but that's where you can help your readers say, where is it on the hook? And where's that hook? On his stick. And where's the stick? In his hand. So you can see all these phrases already pulled apart and supportive, kind of like I think they do that here. And the reason why I always say just go down to the next page, because I struggle with the way they've organized some of these, because, you know, for example, then she put in some water. It's like, put in is your phrasal verb here. That's a harder one. So because it's not in some water, the potatoes are in the water, but if she said, I put some potatoes in the water, then some water, that would work. But she put some water in the pot. That's a more challenging one for this. And so this is definitely a challenging one for that. I do see a question in the chat that is something I don't have experience with when it comes to particular programs. I was Slingerland trained, so I don't know about ReadWell if somebody wants to add in about that. But I do want to hear before we go if there's anybody who's added in just kind of a tweet, a summarizing thought, and I'll also take us to our, we see, we also didn't do that activity, which was, maybe that's why things went a little faster I feel like you all knew this stuff pretty easily. It was easy for you. So I don't see anything in the chat, in the parking lot, but keep in mind that what's easy for us is definitely not easy for our kids, and definitely will take more structure and more work and more support. And we need to be patient with them, and we take it little by little. We take a deep breath and we take it small bits at a time, and we build. That's what could be my biggest recommendation for that. I will put my contact and request to share a lot. Where's my, whoops, comprehensive literacy. One last just reminder, make sure that we are working on our reading and writing skills as well as applying them every day. And I was pulling up, looking for my contacts and our Padlet of resources. For those of you who came in after I put the attendance, let me grab that again for you. Oh boy, where did it go? I will find that because I think some people came in after the attendance. And before leaving, is there anyone who would like to share your learning from your tweet? What would you take away? What would you share? Just one key piece that you will, as we summarize and reflect upon it, it helps solidify our own learning and that we can then share with others.
Can you go back one slide to your contact again?
Sure, of course. There we go. I was getting the attendance link as I was doing that. There we go. Somebody is
thank you.
Thank you, Kylie. That's me too. Let's read phrase by phrase, that word by word. And how do we get there? I feel like that we just assume once they can read words that they're going to do that automatically. It's a little bit more, for some of our kids, particularly those with dyslexia, it's going to take more structure and support than that. There was a request for recordings. I will share with you the resources again that I had, the structure literacy resources, and it has recordings of previous times that I've taught this. So let me grab this link up at the top for you. After each different topic, you'll see different recordings. I also am happy to come out to other districts or ESDs if there is a request. Here we go. Here's the shareable link. Let me copy link URL for that. So I like that too, Amy. That was Margie Gillis's quick writes with that. So I hope you all have, thank you for the intentional. Yes, that takes a lot of practice, being intentional with the phrases, intentional with the clues, pulling out the supports that we need for our students. I gave you just a bit of a taste of it, but really practicing phrasing and prompting, it takes time to get comfortable with that. So I hope that you all had a fun time today and that we have lots of resources and lots of food for thought. Oh, one more thing, we're talking about resources. I will share with you the, let's see if I can get this one here. A list of resources from the conference I went to on Saturday. So even though you weren't there and couldn't can get to it. There's some great resources on building fluency with individual letters, sounds, words, and this game generator I will demonstrate really quickly because it's awesome. You can choose any one of these games, and whatever game you choose, you can select words, you can customize it, add your own, or you can search from if you know their scope and sequence. You can choose, let's see, lesson 19 looks like short vowels. Let's go down. Someone was asking me for, I think it was Aaron, it was Lori wanted lesson 31, CVC and irregular words. So we'll put those up and then you can create then this is simply a reading practice. You've got different roles and different games and such. So much stuff that you can do. So yes, I'll put the reading list in. I'll get that book finished as well. Let me do it. So instead of edit, I'll grab the viewer one. Although it's also in this big tinyurl.com up it's in actually our handouts, the Dyslexia 101 handouts. Those are all ADA compliant and shareable. So thank you so much. If there's anything else that anybody would like to share or ask or support, please let me know. And I'll put that contact back up and I'll stop recording.